Hey, everybody. We're going to be done by 5, right?
Here. Hazel, do you want to come up a little bit closer? You don't. Hello, Chris.
Nice COVID beard.
I like it.
It's great.
You'll have to take the poll. I'm not sold yet.
Is there somewhere we can vote?
Not yet. There are a lot of work beards. I'm not sure I'm in for this commitment. Right, Mr. Mackay there?
What are you saying?
I said beards are a lot of work.
Oh, I thought you said there are worst beards. I thought you were making an
There are a lot of
editorial
work.
comment.
No,
There's
you're
Wes. Wes is going too.
Like on Grandpa, you mean like Grandpa Smurf Broadhead, you mean?
COVID beard.
Yep.
I don't know how long I'm going to keep it, but it's different. I haven't grown a beard in 40 some odd years, so.
Last time I grew a beard, I was undercover and I was buying drugs.
There you go.
It was just last week.
Many lives of Ken Mackay.
Yeah, it was just last week, but
I was going to say, there was a line there, Ken. I'm glad you picked it up. I didn't.
You were undercover for who? The mayor?
okay, we're live, you guys.
All right. 3 minutes. I just saw Sheena. Jackie's not joining us. So we need Ray. Oh, Ray's there. Hi, Ray. Smile. That's better.
Ray, your son's beard today.
Yeah, we're just talking about COVID beards. Gone.
gone.
We'll just have to learn to read your lips.
I'm
All
over.
right, 2 minutes. And I have to share a screen at the beginning of this, so you guys need to bear with me because I might mess up. And whoever is my IT helper, if I can't unshare, you might have to help me there too.
Kathy, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Excellent. I'm just using a computer versus my iPad, so I wasn't sure if it was working or not. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, looks great. Yeah. So Chris, I've been told that you're doing the speaking, not Pam, right? But she's here as well. Okay. Are you sharing the screen too?
I'll be sharing the screen of PowerPoint, and I understand Inspector Robinson will be present if there are specific questions.
Okay, awesome. Good. Okay, my clock just switched till 2. So I will slam my pretend gavel and call this meeting to order. Beginning of the meeting, we do have Councillor Watkins, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Jolly, and myself. Councillor Hanson is unable to join us today. She's not even near any kind of internet service, so she can't join us. So before I go into the adoption of the agenda, I'm going to start today's meeting with a land acknowledgement. So many councils start their formal meetings in different ways. I've heard some share a inspirational moment. Sometimes they actually rotate around and council has to take a turn. So maybe that's something we could consider. Some do a prayer, although I don't think that's as popular as it used to be. Some do O Canada, the beginning of every meeting, and many do a land acknowledgement. So St. Albert hasn't really landed on one of those, and I read the land acknowledgement on specific days. So today I am reading it because I will be doing a proclamation for National Indigenous Peoples Day in a moment. So I'll start the meeting with this. We respectfully acknowledge that we are in Treaty 6 territory, traditional lands of the First Nations Métis people. As treaty people, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, we share the responsibility for stewardship of this beautiful land. So that is our new formal land acknowledgement. It's quite a nice one. I need a motion to adopt the agenda, except I just would like to let council know that Mr. Hiltz sent us an email about some transit planning. I think it was on Friday, and council needs to have a quick conversation about that. So I'm going to add that as our first in-camera item as an emergent item about transit. So just so you know that staff is ready to go in camera to talk about some further planning we need to do for transit. So with that, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Thanks, Councillor Mackay. Go ahead.
We might as well continue to do it. Seems to be that's the rule I've
Yes,
got.
it's
That
your
the
job.
June 15th, 2020 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. All those in favor? That's unanimous. All right, now I'm going to attempt to share my screen because we did the proclamation over at the Healing Garden today. And screen 1, screen 2. Oh, of course this isn't going to work. Hold on one sec. Share computer sound, optimize video clip. And it's not showing up there as a screen, even though it's open. Give me one sec, guys. Try this again. There it is. Okay, can you see it? Give me a nod. All right, I will push play. Everyone for coming. I'm going to actually start with a thank you to Ken Mackay, because honestly, we were sitting in agenda planning and I've read a couple of different proclamations in the last couple of months, and they seem so anticlimactic and unceremonial to just read them over a Zoom meeting and then move on in the agenda. So Ken says, well, why don't you film yourself somewhere reading this one, and obviously this was a perfect spot to pick. And then just the fact that we could make it a little bit more of a community celebration. I do believe there was some plans on June 21st to have a festival in Lions Park like we traditionally do, but of course we can't have that this year. So this is St. Albert's best attempt at really recognizing today. So thank you to Ken for the idea. It will carry on with some other proclamations, I'm sure. So June 21st is going to be National Indigenous Peoples Day. It is also summer solstice, the longest day of the year. So that is nice. It's about recognizing and celebrating the contributions as well as the diversity in Canada with the Indigenous people. We have First Nations, we have Inuit, we have Métis. They all have a lot of similarities, but they all have their uniqueness in their heritage, in their cultural practices, in their spiritual beliefs, and their languages. So, you know, the day is about celebrating that diversity in solidarity with one another. So I'm going to read the proclamation. So National Indigenous Peoples Day. Whereas in June 1996, the Governor General of Canada announced June 21st as National Aboriginal Day, thus marking the first National Day of Acknowledgement and Recognition. And whereas in 2017, the Prime National Indigenous Peoples Day, and whereas National Indigenous Peoples Day, formerly National Aboriginal Day, is an official day to celebrate, acknowledge the inevitable heritage, achievements, and diverse cultures of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people of Canada, collectively referred to as Indigenous peoples. And whereas June 21st is the summer solstice and the longest day of the year, which has significance for Indigenous peoples and has been commemorated for generations by many as a day of celebration and appreciation of culture and heritage. And whereas celebrations include ceremonies that highlight and honor diverse cultural performances, activities, arts and craft, and events that recognize national contributions of Indigenous peoples, and therefore, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim June 21st as National Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of St. Albert. And so on the 21st, we will be putting the Treaty 6 flag up on our community flagpole. And then on the 24th, the Métis flag will go up. So we will encourage people in St. Albert to somehow recognize this in your homes, maybe with a shared barbecue on the 21st. And I'm going to ask Hazel to just step forward real quick. And we'll do this as far apart as we can, but I would like to actually hand this off to you and thank you for accepting it. Do you want to say a couple words? Oh, Sharon's coming in too. Good. Good. Did you want to say a couple words? Come in. I'll move out of the way. You don't have, it's just an invite.
So I will say that there are other resources out there that you put together through the community organizations, using Heritage Museum, Chip Cultural Collections, St. Albert Public Library, all have activities that can be accessed online. This is an important day, especially with what's going on right now within the world. It's also the 5th year of Truth and Reconciliation. It's the first year since the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Report. In the last 6 months, we've had 5 Indigenous people either killed or assaulted by RCMP officers. Not blaming anybody, but there is a systemic thought that the organizations really have to work towards in creating a better space and an equal space for everybody. So celebrations like this, commissions like this, give the opportunity for people to go and learn more about the Indigenous community in Canada, specifically in the St. Albert Treaty 6 and the Métis community. And I hope that we're able to figure out in your journey towards reconciliation with the Indigenous community. Merci,
I'm thanking our ancestors that have walked this path that we are on, thanking them and reminding ourselves that we have to keep this land and keep it properly like we were entrusted to.
Coming. That is really the entire extent of today's program. I appreciate your attendance. It makes it a little bit more special. Thanks. All right. I hear that we lost some of the video. Is that true? That's too bad. Well, this will be up on our website. And maybe that was my fault. I'm not sure what happened. So apologies. Okay, we're moving on to agenda item number 4, which is presentations, delegations, and announcements. I have a special speaker, Christopher Wells, is here waiting to give his update on the policing committee. I also have Kathy Schuer from Dynamics registered to speak. Is Kathy on with us? I'm looking.
Yes, she is.
Yes, she is. Okay. I'm going to let Chris Wells go first, and then I'm going to see if Kathy would like to present at this time or at the time of the agenda item, which is 9.2, the financial shortfall strategies. And then I also have registered the proponents for the public hearing, but they will be coming in later. So, Mr. Wells, thank you for what you're doing for the policing committee. I don't know if Councillor Watkins wants to do a quick introduction because he's our rep.
No introduction necessary, Madam Mayor. He's been
Okay.
here
I think everyone knows Chris. So Chris, I hear you have a presentation that you're going to share with us, so I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen and hope technology will be working with us. There we go. Does everything look good on your end?
It does.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, my name is Christopher Wells, and I'm the elected chair of the St. Albert Policing Committee. With me today online is Inspector Pam Robinson, officer in charge of the St. Albert RCMP detachment. Our committee is comprised of 7 members, including Councillor Watkins and Mayor Herron, who serves as the ex officio member of the Policing Committee. And the committee receives support from the Legal and Legislative Services Department with the city. We're here today to present the 2019 annual report and an overview of our established annual policing priorities for 2021. Understanding that I only have a small amount of time to make this presentation, I will attempt to provide a brief overview. All documents and reports supporting this presentation are available on the Policing Committee webpage. So the objective of our committee is really to serve as a liaison between the RCMP, City Council, and residents and citizens of St. Albert. Our goal is to ensure for increased transparency regarding policing operations, the removal of any thoughts of political interference or perceptions, and assistance with dealing with local complaints. Ultimately, we work collectively towards the goal of creating a safe and secure community, something I know we're all very proud of in St. Albert. From time to time, we also receive and share information with municipal policing to accomplish these larger directives and objectives. So this past year has been a very busy one for the Policing Committee. We work collaboratively to help provide input into last year's policing priorities and this year's. We receive quarterly reports and updates from the RCMP officer in charge on the progress towards accomplishing those community policing priorities. And we attended the annual Alberta Association of Police Governments conference last spring in Medicine Hat, which is an excellent professional development opportunity to learn from other policing commissions and committees throughout Alberta. one of our members serves on the executive of the AAPG as well. And we were quite excited to have been notified that we received a successful request for proposals to host the 2021 AAPG conference here in St. Albert. And COVID willing, we will have that in person and be able to showcase our community to other commissions and policing committees from across Alberta. We continue to be members of Reach Edmonton and the Alberta Hate Crimes Committee, and we became new members representing the City of St. Albert in the Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association and the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention, which has already had several meetings this past month, talking about pressing issues of community safety and policing, as I'm sure everyone has seen in the news. We also participated last year as part of the ongoing Solicitor General's Police Act review and consultation. And it's been positive to hear our current government talk about expediting a new police act. And we'll look forward to hopefully that within the coming year. As part of our public engagement strategy for the St. Albert Policing Committee, we also developed and published a new committee postcard and comment card. This is our information postcard. It's the front and on the back. And we'd like to thank the city's communication department for the support in creating these beautiful materials. And then we have a comment card as well, where at events we can gather feedback from community members concerning the policing priorities and issues and concerns that they may have in the local community. So community engagement was one of our priority activities over the past year. As you can see from this slide, we got out to as many possible events as we could participate in, including tabling at St. Albert Center and Service Place. We were at St. Albert's Farmers Market a couple of times last summer, participated in last year's St. Albert Pride in the Park and the new Council in the Park, which was lots of fun, and we hope that that'll be able to continue to move forward. And as participants in St. Albert Volunteer and Information Fair. We also were able to attend some various meetings in the community and the holiday celebration with the Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Police Commission, and the new City of St. Albert's Board Appreciation event. That was an excellent event at the Art Gallery and was a wonderful way to meet other committee members and the great volunteers that comprise our community. So we'd like to again thank Council and administration for hosting that event. And as well, we had a great media training day facilitated by ZGM Communications that put our committee members through their paces, gave us case scenarios to work on, and reminded us of our key messaging and the role that we play with Council and the RCMP when it comes to public communications and messaging. So this takes us to our annual policing priorities plan, which is a detailed work plan that is developed to focus the proactive efforts of the local RCMP. It's produced jointly by the policing committee and the officer in charge, and it is based on identified community safety needs and concerns obtained through a variety of feedback that the RCMP has received, the city receives, for example, the citizen satisfaction survey and engagement that the St. Albert Policing Committee has done. Top 3 priorities have been identified with strategic goals and initiatives for each priority. So for this year, the top 3 priorities are enhancing public confidence and engagement. Here, the RCMP have identified the objective of working in partnership with the policing committees, school agencies, schools, and the community to work towards reducing crime and increasing trust and confidence in policing. Outcomes to achieve that objective include increased community engagement and information sharing. There was recently an RCMP town hall that just happened before the COVID lockdown. Increased drug awareness and continued visibility in schools and increased school zone enforcement. Another priority is crime reduction. And again, these priorities are not ranked in any particular order, all being important. The objective here is to reduce theft from vehicles, break and enter, and the presence of drugs in the community. So the outcomes to achieve that include increased drug enforcement, increased crime prevention activities, and increased enforcement of crime. And the other priority for 2021 is accountability to stakeholders. So the objective identified here is to enhance road and citizen safety in our community. And this will be achieved through increased visibility on major roadways and in neighborhoods, increased traffic enforcement, which decreased collisions. So the policing priorities are reported back to the committee and to the public. The officer in charge reports quarterly on these in the format of quarterly reports, which are sent to the committee, and we're able to have a robust dialogue and conversation regarding those reports. And those reports are then made public and included on the City of St. Albert's website and the Policing Committee webpage. So our committee goals for the upcoming year for the St. Albert Policing Committee are to move forward and finalize our policy and procedures manual. Of course, many of these activities have been somewhat delayed due to the city's COVID response, which is understandable. We also plan to continue training and professional development for our new and ongoing members. Right now, we have 3 members who were appointed at the time of the creation of the Policing Committee, and we have 3 newer members as well. So we have a full slate of 6 community members from diverse backgrounds and experiences. We plan to very shortly activate our public complaints director. We're just putting final touches on some policy around that in cooperation with the RCMP. We're looking at continuing our community engagement given the feedback we've received from citizens and the information that we've heard. That's a priority for us. And as we have discussed with administration and council members, looking at facilitating a visioning retreat with City Council that will ensure that we have information from council that can be used to help guide the annual policing priorities and some of the goals and objectives for the Policing Committee. So we're very much looking forward to that opportunity. And then we're looking forward, as was mentioned, to support the 2021 AAPG conference here in St. Albert. So if people are looking for more information or they have questions, all of our reports can be accessed online. Questions can always be directed towards the Policing Committee via email or through voicemail. All of those messages are secure and go straight to the Policing Committee. And this concludes my presentation, my formal presentation. More information, as is mentioned, is on our committee webpage. If council or members of the public have any questions, they can contact us at any time. We're more than happy to get out in the community as well and engage at events or opportunities that organizations are hosting. And lastly, a thank you to council, to city administration, and to the RCMP for supporting the ongoing work of the Policing Committee and our common goals of safety and security in our community. We're all very proud to live in St. Albert, which is one of the safest and most welcoming and inclusive small cities in Canada. Thank you, and I'll certainly open it for questions, and a reminder that Inspector Robinson is also on the line to address any questions.
Awesome. Nice way to end it too. Safest small communities, and I totally agree. Looking at my council colleagues, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Appreciate that so much. I certainly want to support the work of the Policing Committee. I think you've brought great value to our community. One of the things that you probably know better than I, but the whole question of policing in general has really come under close scrutiny lately. What plays out nationally plays out locally as well. So what is the policing committee or policing in general in St. Albert? How has that heightened awareness been manifest, I guess?
Right. Thank you for that question. And as always, perception is reality, and a big part of our job is getting good information out there to the public. We have a meeting coming up actually of the policing committee tomorrow, and I'm sure that discussion will come up formally at the committee. I would stress if people have questions about what's happening in policing, the quarterly reports that are prepared are excellent. They're very detailed. They provide a lot of information about what's happening in our community. The online crime map is another important tool for citizens. And encourage to dialogue. We have great respect for the RCMP. We know that resources are very tight right now financially, and policing takes up a large chunk of our council's annual budget and what we contribute to as taxpayers. So it's really important that policing is responsive to local community needs and is open to dialogue. And so we very much look forward to those kinds of conversations. As you say, they're happening all across the country. Are there things that we can be doing better? I would absolutely believe that's one of the core goals and functions of the policing committee, is to sit in conversation, to always look at how well the needs of our community are being served and where we can do better. All we can do is make recommendations and have the conversation, and certainly we want to advise council so you all can feel very confident in making informed decisions as well. And to that end, we know the multi-year financial plan of the RCMP is on our agenda tomorrow. So we'll be able to have a good look at those plans and have dialogue and share any information that comes from that with council members. I know that will be important on your forthcoming agenda as well. And I'll certainly turn it over to Inspector Robinson if there are particular comments to that question as well.
Thank you, Chris. I apologize. I thought I had my camera set up where you could actually see me, and it worked in test, but it doesn't appear to be working right now. Chris and council, I appreciate your comments. I absolutely agree with your message. As your policing service of choice, we are committed to continued conversation and to understanding what the community's policing needs are, so we can bend and flex to ensure we're meeting the needs of our clients. That being said, we're also big on promoting the educational side of policing and the challenges we face within our community. I understand perceptions are on a, we're being looked at nationally, not just within Canada as police and police officers, but I think it's very important that our public understands the role of police and the challenges we faced, so that we can make an informed decision going forward. And I appreciate the inclusion to continue these conversations to ensure we're meeting those goals.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
All right, anyone else have questions? Councillor Watkins and then Councillor Mackay.
Mine isn't really more of a question. It's really just more of a thanking Dr. Wells and Inspector Robinson for all the, and all the other committee members for all the hard work and dedication to this committee. And as you can see from the report, this is a very active and very high functioning committee. And they've done a lot of work. They've done a tremendous amount of work, and it should be recognized, and it's important to recognize that they've done all this work without remuneration or honorariums, and with a very small budget from the city of St. Albert. And I think it's important that the city continues this committee, especially at a time when policing is at the forefront. And what we have seen in the US, it's very important that we keep this committee, because we want to continue to have the good relationship that we have with the RCMP, and we want to avoid what we've seen in the United States. So I just wanted to say that, and I just wanted to thank you, Chris and Inspector Robinson and the other members of the committee for all their hard work and dedication.
Thanks, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, great comments, Councillor Watkins. Great insight as well in relation to your question as well, Councillor Broadhead, and great responses both from Dr. Wells and Inspector Robinson. I guess my question would be more specific to kind of the current conditions that we're seeing. The whole community's being locked down with COVID, and how that impacts our workload. Certainly as a member of EAC, Emergency Advisory Committee, I get regular updates, but I think it might be useful or beneficial for the community as a whole to kind of understand some of the calls that we've seen over the pandemic time frame, certainly over the first third or even almost moving into half of the year. So I'd be interested in knowing if the RCMP workload has gone up, and if so, or gone down, or remained relatively static. And in particular, have there seen any more particular types of crime or disorder in St. Albert that may have a causal relationship with COVID? And I realize that that's a pretty big request, but just more or less, where are we? How have we coped? Are there any stressors in our community?
I think Inspector Robinson is best positioned to answer that.
Yeah, I can. Councillor McKay, that is a very in-depth and broad question that I do think requires some further conversation. We have been completing weekly reporting, both to our, my phone's going off. We have been completing regular reporting to the city through the EOC and the Emergency Advisory Committee. That would summarize that. I do see the benefit of sharing that information with our community. That would be something that we would highlight in the upcoming first quarter of 2020 APP report, to talk about our proactive actions and how we've been impacted there. Like all organizations, we had to bend and flex to a more reactive model of policing, with the forefront being community safety and public safety, and ensuring that we also, as the RCMP, can maintain service delivery, understanding the impact of COVID, but also managing the incoming needs of our community. So that's been a constant challenge for us as policing, to ensure that we're also keeping up with new standards, policies, practices, and ensuring we have those needs met. Early on in the first 3 weeks, we did see a significant decline, but most of our community was in isolation with the rest of the province. So we did see a significant decline, but our numbers are going back up, and we're apart by approximately 50 calls per day. But some of that can be attributed to the proactive efforts that are now coming forward. We have implemented a relaunch plan in a controlled, managed, consistent manner to get back to some of the tasks that we are now trained and equipped to do, to continue forward with. We have noticed an increase in mental health calls. We have noticed a and also increase in domestic violence calls. But again, that's a more in-depth conversation where we are continually reflecting and building plans to understand what those needs are and where we can improve our service delivery in those areas. We did do a lot of new actions by way of reporting to improve our standards here. And I look forward to reevaluating some of those new things that we've implemented going forward.
Thank you. I just, unfortunately, I don't know what happened, but I got kicked off of Zoom here. So either I'm having technical difficulties or the whole system is. So, but I appreciate the response. Thank you very much.
Any more questions from council? Chris, I just have a couple. I'm looking forward to the conference. So do you know exactly when that would be? Is it summer, fall?
Generally, it's in the spring is the conference time. So we'll have more details. There's a conference call coming at the end of this month and the AGM. So we've been told plan and move forward accordingly. So we'll certainly be in touch with council and city administration as that unfolds.
Yeah, I would appreciate you. When you know, we'll get it. I'd like to get it in my calendar so I can come and say a few words and welcome people to St. Albert. And the other question I have, I believe we had it scheduled, but COVID might have changed things, because there's always this, we need to figure out how to connect the policing committee with council. And we were going to do a dinner/meeting. So that has been canceled. Are you open to rescheduling that for sometime, maybe October, November?
My understanding is that's what with the city we're looking towards is in the fall, maybe even in September, depending on council's schedule and availability. But it absolutely remains top of our work plan to ensure that good coordination and communication. Our committee serves to represent our community, but also to make sure that that communication is strong between council, the policing committee, and the RCMP.
All right, thanks. I will get Rayanne to make sure that that does happen, because I really like to do that, just to get to know some of the members better, but really to make sure that council has a voice in policing priorities going forward as well. All right, anything else, guys? All right, thanks so much for joining us, Chris. We will see you soon. Actually, I'll see you tomorrow night for swearing in of our new member.
Indeed. Look forward to it. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate your time and continued support.
Awesome.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay. All right. Cheryl, can we just see if Kathy wants to talk? Kathy Shearer wants to talk now or at the time of the agenda? Oh, wait.
I think she's in the
Okay.
meeting right now.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
So
What time is the agenda item?
I'm just looking. So the next big chunk is all on a consent agenda, and I haven't heard that anyone's pulling it off. And then we're going to talk about some capital projects, and then the financial strategies are right away. So I'm thinking maybe if no one pulls anything off consent, it could be 10 minutes from now. So do you want to
Sure,
wait?
I would take the 10 minutes. Sorry, I worked night shift last night and my sleep took me deeper than I thought.
Okay, so do you want to come back in 10 minutes?
Yeah, I'll stay on.
Okay. All right, I'm not sure. I think they'll probably put you in a waiting room.
Okay.
And then we'll bring you back when we get to that item.
Fantastic, thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right, moving on. Any business arising from the policing committee report? All right, we're going to go on to consent agenda. I did pull off, it was 13, the council updates, because we were missing a couple, so we'll need to get verbal updates from 2 members of council. So other than that, is anything else getting pulled off? Seeing none, can I have somebody make the motion to do consent? Thank you, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, that the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 7.1 special council minutes of May 15th, 2020, and regular council meeting minutes of June 1st, 2020. 8.1 Community Living Standards Committee CLSC draft unadopted minutes and agenda items from June 9th, 2020. Item 8.2 CLSC Recreation Housing Affordability and Accessibility Project Update. Item 8.3 Community Growth and Infrastructure Standing Committee draft minutes and agenda item from June 9th, 2020. Item 8.4 CGIS REC 10-year municipal RMR capital plan, CGISC REC 10-year utility RMR capital plan, 8.6 CGISC REC land use bylaw front to back residential combined units. 8.7 is CGISC REC capital funding campaigns. 10.1 bylaw 22-2020 LUB housekeeping amendments first reading. 10.2 bylaw 26-2020 operating line of credit borrowing bylaw first reading.
Good job. Have a glass of water. It's a big one. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Okay. So going through that real quick, we just approved the minutes on consent. We did the draft minutes and the agenda package from the Community Living Standing Committee. I will read out the motion for the housing affordability. So the motion was that the options as outlined in the June 9th, 2020 report entitled Housing Affordability and Accessibility Project Update be discussed in more depth with the whole council in committee of the whole. So I believe all of us will be meeting to discuss this project update in a committee of the whole, and I think we just got that sent to our calendars, maybe even today. All right, and then we had minutes and agenda package from Growth and Infrastructure Committee. All right, 8.4 was the 10-year municipal RMR. I'll read the motion. It was that the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan as provided as an attachment to the June 9th, 2020 CGISC agenda report entitled 10-year municipal RMR capital plan be received as information. That council members submit any postponed motions for the proposed amendments to the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan to administration by June 17th, 2020. And then administration prepare backgrounders for proposed amendments to the 10-year municipal RMR capital plan and present to council at the July 6th, 2020 meeting for consideration and approval. And essentially that is the same as for the utility RMR capital plan. Information, get your notices and motions in by June 17th, which council is 2 days from now, if you have any changes to these RMR plans. And then we will approve them all on July 6th. We also had on consent a land use bylaw for front back residential combined units. So the motion read as follows. That bylaw 21/2020 being amendment 170 to the land use bylaw be brought forward to the first council meeting in December 2020. And that administration continue to investigate new housing products and prepare where determined to diversify residential built form and improve housing affordability regulations to present back to the Community Growth and Infrastructure Committee by the end of Q2 2021. And then finally, we had a motion regarding capital funding campaigns. So that policy CFS 17, public-private partnerships P3 as outlined in the attachment to the agenda report entitled CGISC REC capital funding campaigns be approved, and that the proposed amendments to the policy CFS 17 public-private partnerships P3 serve to address the intent of council motion AR 19-172, which was to bring forward a council policy regarding community faculty partnerships. All right, we're on to business items. Deferred capital projects. I saw Donnie George was here. Do you have a bit of a presentation, Donnie?
I do. I have a quick one.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present this report on capital projects on behalf of all departments within the city. I'm Donnie George, Director of Engineering, and please allow me to thank all departments who has taken time in providing input to this undertaking. And we also have the directors online to answer any questions that you may have. Due to the unprecedented COVID-19 outbreak and the unknown nature of the extent of this event, which could potentially force the continued disruption to many programs and projects administered by the city, even with a phased reentry plan, administration had completed an initial review of only the 2020 projects and presented the initial recommendation to council on March 23rd, either to continue or defer these projects. Subsequent to the March 23rd decision, administration reviewed all approved active capital projects on the books to determine which projects would be eligible to proceed based on the Alberta Health Services guideline due to COVID-19 impact, while ensuring that the city balances its cash flows and allow business continuity to ensure services are met. The results were presented to council on April 20th as 4 sets of project list, 1 to be continued, 2nd to be deferred till June 30th, the 3rd to be deferred till September 30th, and the last one for deferral till 2021. This report presented today is a set of recommendations for council's consideration as a result of further review of 21 municipal and 4 utility projects that were deferred till June 30th, while ensuring that the city balances its cash flows and allow business continuity to ensure services are met. Therefore, it is recommended that council approve the continuation of 12 municipal capital projects with an approximate budget of 21.5 million and 3 utility capital projects with an approximate budget of 0.52 million. Also, the deferral of 5 municipal capital projects with an approximate budget of 17.1 million to September 30th, at which time they will be reassessed for continuance, and the deferral of 4 municipal capital projects with an approximate budget of 1.1 million and 1 utility capital project with an approximate budget of 0.3 million to 2021, at which time they will be reassessed for continuance. Thank you.
All right, Donnie, so the ones that are, you just talked about that we're deferring to 2021 and we'll reassess then,
Correct.
Will that come back? Maybe this is a question for Mr. Scoble. Will that come back in fall of 21? Like the budget process for 2022?
Yeah, that would be correct. But like it'll go through our entire budgeting process with prioritization of other projects that will be coming forward. So yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, questions from council? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I was just, would you be able to remind me what the Energy Efficiency Replace program is, and if you could comment on why that's being recommended for a deferral to September?
Okay, I do have Kate online, and maybe she can speak to that.
Is Tony might be able to also add to this. This was a budget that traditionally was in Tony's department that's been transferred to environment to support. Right now, we do have an energy manager on staff that is coming up with a myriad of programs to add to put in the queue that can provide energy efficiencies and reduced operational costs in the future. In terms of this particular one, Tony, do you have additional information you want to add to this?
My apologies. I was typing another email, so I didn't quite hear the question. Sorry about that.
Okay.
That's okay. I was just asking about the Energy Efficiency Replace program. It sounds like that's being put on hold because we have another person looking at the big picture and maybe be able to make some more targeted recommendations. Is that right?
That's fair. We actually traditionally have used it for lighting retrofits most of the time. But again, focusing it back with the individual and case department would allow us to get bigger bang for our buck. So yes.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Any more questions? I had two. So one of the projects that you're recommending that we continue at this time is Kingsmead Park concept planning, design and construction, which I believe is as a result of the land acquisition we had in Kingswood. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Diane may be able to add additional information.
Good morning, good afternoon, Council. Yes, so it is Kingsmead Park. And this year would just be about up to $450,000 for the concept design. Construction would be in 2021.
Okay, so are we, I know a lot of this will have some public consultation.
Correct, yes.
So are we going to be able to do that this year?
Well, we're looking towards fall. Doing the engagement we've done in the past with the town hall online has worked quite well with Skateboard Park. We would look to do same, and if we can carry this over into part of 2021 or as restrictions lift and we could do any in-person public engagement, we would look to do that as well, but we can do it online if required.
Okay. I guess my thought process was there was a few of us on council that thought that $4 million for a park was expensive at this time, especially because we would have hoped that the landowner would participate. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity, given the current circumstances, for a scope change.
Well, when we do public engagement, we will look towards the input from the public and then do costing based on the concept design. And then we'll bring forward to council what the concept would be in the costing, and then we can go with forward with council's direction from there, whether or not you'd like to move forward with the full scope or partial scope of the project once we have some input from the public.
Awesome. Okay, I'll just leave it there then. And then I had a question about Fire Hall 4. I don't know who wants to answer that. Maybe Donnie. We have recommended to be continued with the land acquisition, which I completely agree with. But then in the deferred to September 20th or September 30th, we have the full $16 million build, but it says this will not occur until subsequent years. So why are we not just deferring this till 2021?
So currently what the project team and including the fire representatives are looking at is an alternate way of providing a design and potentially much reduced scope of providing a fire hall. So all we are doing is pushing that to September, so we'll have additional information to bring forward in front of council. So okay. Most likely the design may continue only in 2021, depending on what the findings are for initial preliminary design.
Okay. So is there going to be a decision point on September 30th with this list of projects, whether we're going to continue or defer further?
That's right. So I will be in front of council one more time in September to look at all the deferred projects for the September 30th.
Okay, all right, I'll put that as a note to make sure that's on the agenda. All right, any other questions? Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I'm having a lot of technical difficulties here. So if I drop out or freeze, I apologize. Just in relation to the parking lot rehabs, I'm just curious, I just need, I don't obviously, I didn't go look back at the charter. So if it's in the charters, I'm sorry, but what's wrong with those 3 parking lots that are they, I'm not unsure where they were. I went for a drive looking, and is it related to the actual Robert Rundle School, or is it and St. Vital, or where's the parking lots, and why is it cities parking? Why are we looking at them?
Okay, I've got Dean to add more to the details of the question.
Thank you for your question, Councilor Mackay. The parking lots themselves were identified through our condition assessments to be needing essentially reconstruct and repair. They were top priority locations. They were actually deferred from previous annual program delivery because of some site improvements that were happening at the school sites. And so there was some deferral and influence of the schedule delivery because of that. And so, but ultimately, to answer your question, it's due to their conditions and their priority level for addressing them. So they are our parking lots. Obviously, they're just tied to the school in the description. Is that fair? Or? Yeah, they are city-owned parking lots, and outside of the school site itself, they're just adjacent to it. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. All right, thanks. So is the entire amount, or is it just some of the design? I mean, because you've identified that they're funding 2 same projects. So which piece are we looking at? The entire 1.5, or is it the lower amount? I'm sorry. We are. Sorry, yeah, that's fine. I realize that you have special visitors there.
If I may answer that, Councillor Mackay, I think we're requesting for the whole budget, okay. Although it's partly part of the budget that we might spend this year, and we may carry forward the rest to the next year. Okay. All right. Thanks. And when would that start? Because is that scheduled to start before the September 30th deadline that Mayor Herron was just talking about? That's right. The plan is to get it done over the summer months. Okay. Just in case the school reopens, we want to be ahead of that schedule too.
That's correct. And that's for all 3 sites in the Grandin area that's related, kind of adjacent to the school. So we're looking to take advantage of the off-peak period for the school. And then in the downtown with the Mission 7 Hills parking lot as well, with the events not occurring in 2020, it's an opportune time to be not disrupting the area as much as it could be if it were regular, typical conditions. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any more questions? Say hi to your girls, Dean. They're like a regular appearance on our council meetings now. All right, I need a member of council to make a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I recommend that council approve the continuation of 12 municipal capital projects with a total budget of $21,465,400 and 3 utility capital projects with a total budget of $517,500 as noted in the attachment June capital project recommendation. Secondly, that council approve the deferral of 5 municipal capital projects with a total budget of $17,088,000 to September 30th, at which time they will be reassessed for continuance as noted in the attachment June capital project recommendations. And third, that council approve the deferral of 4 municipal capital projects with a total budget of $1,102,300 and 1 utility capital project with a total budget of $268,000 to 2021, at which time they will be reassessed for continuance as noted in the attachment June capital project recommendation.
All right. Anything to add to that, Councillor Broadhead?
No, great questions. This is fairly straightforward. It's the plan of the of administration to address our capital expenditures in light of the COVID issues that we're facing.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. All right. So Councillor Hughes, you can hear now? Okay, good. All right, that was unanimous, by the way. Sorry. Moving on to 9.2, financial shortfall strategies. Cheryl or whoever, can you let in Kathy?
She is there.
Oh, okay. Kathy, do you have video? There we go. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just gonna set it up here. There we go. Am I good to go?
Yeah, so thank you for joining us. And I'm glad this came to your attention and you got in here in time. So go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Kathy Shore and I'm here to represent Dynamics Gymnastics Club. I'm currently involved with the club in the position of a new building chair and past president, with holding the president position for the previous 7 years. We come to you today with a plea to reconsider the motion put forward today to cancel the community capital grant. I've come to this table far too many times on behalf of Dynamics Gymnastics Club seeking support to assist in providing an improved facility and expanded opportunity for our community for the sport of gymnastics. Far too often the answer has been no, and support has not been provided for our not-for-profit organization. When each of you were elected 2 years ago, gymnastics was still on the table to be considered for financial support, and many of you came out to our facility to see our needs. Unfortunately, with other motions passed, the MOU that was on the table pre-election was voted out, and so we needed to move forward in our dream and desire to provide an ultimate space for children to train and be active in the sport of gymnastics. This change and abolishment of the MOU pushed us to proceed with a move on our own and to seek out opportunities beyond municipal support. An achievement for any not-for-profit that would not be easy, but passion and commitment with a request for intent where we ended up commitment for our vision kept us focused and driven to see this need be carried through. We proceeded with a request for intent where we ended up connecting with a philanthropist who has shown faithful commitment to our current situation and is a strong supporter of St. Albert development, keeping us here in St. Albert. It was in July of 2019 that we signed with our new landlord to proceed with a new building that would house Dynamics Gymnastics Club along with other businesses. We recently have amended our lease as of April 2020 due to the pandemic. At that time, our savings were solid and we were pursuing either grant opportunities and sponsorship to help support what we would provide to the community and would further provide with this new facility. One of those grants we were looking at to access was the community capital grant that now sits on the table, putting us and many other organizations in a very vulnerable position. The pandemic has definitely changed things for many people, businesses, and government levels, both local, provincial, and nationally. It has put people and businesses in places they would not have imagined. It has put Dynamics Gymnastics Club in a position of uncertainty and instability as we continue to dip into our savings and funds that were to be used for the building and development of our space. With no revenue coming in since mid-March and accessing any and all government supports, our expenses are exceeding our ability to keep any savings in a position to progress forward. Despite all interactions and attempts with our landlord, we have not had any relief with our lease rates and are accessing the government shared lease grant. Wages have decreased significantly with the layoff of 40 staff. However, our lease has not changed for a building that sits empty and unused. For many other sport-related organizations such as soccer, hockey, tennis, volleyball, baseball, pickleball, swimming, lacrosse, basketball, their overhead does not include a 20,000 square foot building that they have to pay a lease on. Their facility is either a city-owned building, which supports their sport in some way, taking some of the financial hit of providing the sport, or they run the sport on city land that is maintained by the city at the city's cost, or they are provided with funding to run and maintain the operation of their sport with municipal funding. Gymnastics in the city of St. Albert received none of these financial supports. When we applied for this grant in February, we were hopeful that we would be provided with some support as we had felt we had a strong case and had not received much in ways of grants from the city in the past. We knew that the funds at the time of the application would help us in keeping some funds in our reserve fund in moving into our new facility. But now we will have to access these funds along with loans in order to allow us to continue with our plans for the development of our office space, play gym, preschool, sensory needs room, multi-purpose rooms, as well as change rooms and washrooms. These are costs our landlord agreed to take on our landlord did not agree to take on when we signed our lease. We strongly feel that those organizations that have applied for these grants before the current pandemic were planning and moving ahead with plans with hopes of some funding coming through. It seems unfair and unjust to take this away at this time to those organizations most hit by the pandemic. These are organizations that provide so much to the community that would not be available if not provided by them. These are not services the city will or can pick up if not supported financially outside of their daily operations. Organizations like SAFE, Pickleball, St. Albert Gymnastics, baseball, badminton, tennis, Losica, and many others have received funding in the past. Canceling funding that organizations were hopeful for that had applied pre-pandemic does not sit well with us or seem ethically appropriate as plans were being made and dreams were progressing with the unknown of what the future would bring. Then comes a pandemic and these funds become even more important. Canceling this grant will be detrimental to our financial position going forward. Not only have our doors been closed for what will be 3.5 months, our relaunch will be slow and will be extensive limitations with limited numbers accessing our facility, along with increased costs of PPE, cleaning, and extra staff to ensure all AHS guidelines are followed.
Kathy, your 5 minutes is up. I'm just going to give you a couple minutes to wrap up.
Okay, for sure. We strongly encourage you that you would look at this motion and consider what the impact of canceling this will be beyond the budget of the city. We can honestly consider progressing with, if you can honestly consider progressing with land development for a rec facility that has not even been approved, then we strongly urge you to consider that these grant applications that happened pre-pandemic are not adjusted and are not canceled. I'm just going to comment, just Dynamics has served both recreational and competitive athletes, both boys and girls, for the last 26 years here in St. Albert. We have stayed faithful to the community. The benefits of physical and mental health are abundant and can't be measured.
Kathy, I'm gonna we have to stop for 5 minutes. So
that's fine.
I know, I'm so sorry. I hate doing that, but
it's okay.
And you know, you raised a lot of good points, and I don't know if you're aware, but Councillor Jolly has proposed that we take this one particular piece of this motion and table it till the 29th of June. So that would give us an opportunity to see what the interest is, because I can tell you right now, probably our administration that made these recommendations in the finance department was unaware of any applications that were coming in, and council's definitely unaware. I had no idea Dynamics was looking to fill out an application for this grant. So it makes a bit of sense to delay it to the 29th in my head. We'll get there in a second, but does anyone have any questions for Kathy? Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. And thank you, Kathy, for coming to us after a night shift. I really appreciate it. My question has to do with how much notice Dynamics as a current applicant received in terms of this motion. Like when did admin let you know?
We got an email Friday at 3 p.m. So we've had 72 hours to come and put this presentation together.
You've done a great job. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. Change screens. Thank you, Kathy, for coming. I think that what you guys are proceeding to build on your own is really impressive, and I want to congratulate you for your determination to do that. So just to be clear, you did apply in February. Things have changed. There's a requirement, you know, for us to have, you guys have to have so much funding of your own sources. I think it's 2/3 from the, and even in spite of everything that's happening, you're confident that you'd be able to meet the requirements of the program moving forward, right?
Kim, I'm not sure if our ED is on, if she could answer that a little bit better, but yes, we have kind of continued to look at our finances. We are looking at other options. We've engaged our landlord because we can see that where the kind of bank accounts are going in that. So our new landlord has been fantastic. Our current landlord is causing some struggles. Again, we haven't been able to access the federal grant for the lease, shared lease. So we're paying 100% of our lease currently right now, which is really hard with an empty building and nobody walking through the doors. Kim, I'm not sure if you're able to speak further to that.
I don't think she's on.
Go ahead. Okay. Yes. So can you see me as well?
Just here.
There you go. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Yes, in regards to your question, yes, we do have the funding put out right at this time. So it is accessible to meet the matching. And we have applied for every type of funding that has been available through the salary subsidies, the loan subsidy. We have actually applied even for a radio subsidy for continuing our advertising. So we've done everything we can to source out all those available opportunities from the government.
No, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that, provided like I think it's really great what you guys are doing, but that you'd still be eligible when it was being considered, let's say, a couple of months or something like that. You still meet the requirements to be able to meet the funding when you're saying that.
Absolutely. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
What I would just speak, the other condition I know on that grant was that we weren't able to begin building prior to the funding being approved. Kim has had further conversations with Anna Royer regarding that because we cannot stop our current development that's going on. So that would just be one other consideration that would have to be looked at, that we can't stop what our developer is actually progressing ahead with.
Great. Okay. So the city would need some flexibility considering the circumstances, what you're saying. So I understand that. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right, I'm sure when we move into this agenda item, we'll probably have a few questions for administration on how they came to these decisions and notification, et cetera. So thank you, ladies, for joining us. I think you can now flip over to the YouTube channel and watch the rest of the meeting so you can hear our conversation. Okay? Okay, thanks for joining us. Okay, so I believe, Diane, do you have a presentation on this agenda item? There she is.
Just a quick introduction. So good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council.
I can't hear you very well, Diane. I don't know if where the mic is.
Okay, is that any better? Well, maybe I'll turn up my, hold on.
It's a little bit better when you lead in. That's good.
So in an effort to mitigate the financial impacts of COVID-19, administration has reviewed areas both in the operating and capital budgets to identify programs and projects that could be permanently canceled or suspended until 2021 for further consideration. The recommendations presented were proposed based on the fact that there would be limited longer-term impact to reallocation of these budgets, and specific consideration was given as to if the reallocation would impact our vulnerable population. These expense reductions consider the current financial situation of the city and the changing priorities which require existing resources to be shifted to emergent needs. Administration is working to understand the financial impacts of an early but staged reopening. There is a possibility that the earlier reopening, coupled with restricted programming, could result in a deficit even greater than that originally projected. Should this be the case, further measures for addressing the deficit will need to be explored. That's just the end of my introduction.
Okay. All right, opening it up to the floor for questions. Who wants to go first? Councillor Jolly?
Thank you. I guess my first question is, when were these lists kind of put together?
Just recently, within the last couple of weeks, we sort of met as a leadership team, actually, and went through many different areas of the budget to see where we could potentially reallocate money towards the deficit.
Okay. And so in terms of the capital grant program, it sounds like we let applicants know once the agenda became public. Is that right?
Actually, that I can't speak to. I wasn't involved in the notification. I don't know if anybody else on the line can speak to that.
There's Anna.
Awesome. Yes, once the package became public, then the process is to then allow the groups access to that agenda report. So they were all provided with email links and just some basic information about what was coming forward and how to, if they wanted to speak to council, how to go about getting on the council agenda.
Okay. And I guess council had about 3 hours more notice than the public. I don't have a question about that. My next question, I'm kind of getting into details of some of the motions. So my first one is, I'm curious about the impact of reducing the inclusive hiring program budget. If anyone could comment on that, if it even has an impact.
I believe Ryan is on the line, so we'll see if he just jumps in.
Are you there, Ryan?
Hey, sorry, I just got here.
Oh, it's okay.
Can I have the question repeated? Sorry, guys.
So I'm just, so the inclusive hiring program budget is being reduced just by a small amount, like $5,000. So I'm just curious to know if that's going to have an impact on the outcomes of that program.
Yeah, so thanks for that. Basically what's happening is some people are currently on leave, unable to work due to the pandemic. So we're not expecting to utilize the funds that we've had this year. So any funds that we don't use could be put as a carry forward into future years. But again, it's just a matter of we're not expecting to utilize the funds as originally planned, was where that money came from.
Okay, so in terms of the carry forward, so if that was carried forward, we'd kind of be able to meet the original intent, or can we meet that original intent without keeping that as a carry forward?
So for the rest of 2020, we have no problem. The amount that we're talking about there would blow into 2021. And in 2021, it could just be an awkward assignment of funds remaining in 2021. It could mean 1 month of employment for somebody in 2021.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And my next question, so the Integrity Commissioner budget, we're looking to reduce that. With the reduced budget, is that going to be sufficient to kind of cover her billables?
I think I was trying to figure this out myself today. So Diane, is there two line items for the Integrity Commissioner, one for the monthly retainer and then one for when there's an open file?
Oh, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure if Mr. LaFleur's on the line here. He'll probably speak to that.
And David, let us know if we need to go on camera. But
well, I can answer, if I may, Mayor, I can answer your question. That's fairly straightforward. There is a budget item for $24,000 per year to cover a flat $2,000 fee, whether or not the Integrity Commissioner has any complaints to deal with. And then there's another budget item that carries forward year to year to just in case she does have a complaint or a code of conduct complaint or one or more to deal with, and that would pay that cost. So that's the one we're talking about potentially reducing here. But all of that said, if there's any, I believe that it would be wise, given the circumstances, to have a brief in-camera discussion about this so that council members have a fuller appreciation of some legal aspects of this.
I guess the question is, does that kind of answer your question, Natalie? Do you need to get more information? So there's two separate line items and we're just talking about reducing the one for an active investigation.
Yeah, I get I've also used the question about this, so she might be able to articulate it better than me.
Councillor Hughes?
Okay, so all we need to know here is, does it cover, if we reduce the budget by what was being suggested, is it going to cover the investigations that are currently happening or may happen in the future? Like, how many investigations would we cover? Because it's May. We don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. So if in the event that there was, let's say 2 investigations, which would be more than what we've had in the past, does the current reduced budget still cover an average investigation?
I think that would depend on how big the investigation is.
Well, do we have it covered or not is what I'm asking. Like, do we have that wiggle room, or are we like saying no? Because if we don't, we're cutting it too far.
Right.
Madam Chair, I'd suggest we go in camera to have this discussion.
All right. Can I get
Do we need to go in camera right now, or can we finish the line of questioning and then go in camera? Am I frozen again?
Councilor Hughes to make that motion. I don't know if Lloyd is it. Nope, you're good.
Well, no, my question before, I guess, am I out of order here in relation to asking a
No, go ahead.
question?
I'm just looking for a motion to go in camera.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm asking is can we put the question off and finish all the questions rather than go in camera now and then come back out and then continue with questions, or what works better from a process
I
perspective?
think we should just get all questions about the integrity commissioner out of the way, and then we'll come out and do the rest of the
all right
financial
okay.
scenarios.
Okay, so I'll just move that we go in camera. I'm guessing it's section 24, Floyd. You can tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. LaFleur.
No, it would be section 27, legal advice.
Okay, section 27, let's go in camera. I'll see you guys in Teams in a minute, I guess.
Yeah, all those in favor? All right.
Just waiting for Ray and Wes. Ray, you with us? Let me bring up the participants. Don't see them. No, not there. Oh, there he is. Ray, you can turn on your video. There we go. I need a motion to come out of the in-camera session. Councillor Mackay, go ahead. You're muted.
I apologize. Just that council reconvene in public.
Awesome. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And the confidentiality motion, the details of the conversation remain. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Do you want to wing it?
I recommend that the details of the in-camera session remain confidential.
Perfect. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. All right. So I think we were at Councillor Jolly. Any more questions on specific projects or any other questions on the whole agenda package? Jolly?
Yeah, I've got a few more. The next question is, I'm curious about what the budgeted amount is for the mayor's celebration of the arts, if there's anything left in the budget, and kind of a comment on why it wasn't included in this list.
Oh, good point. I don't know if anyone has that information. Oh, there's Kelly.
We had included as part of our departmental reductions. So there are some reductions in the overall department budget, but we had postponed the celebrations till the fall, and we had identified that. So we had shifted that. So because that had been postponed and rescheduled for the fall, that was left there. We have been reviewing the budget, and I'd have to get back to you with the specific breakdown in terms of the small revisions, but there are still some ongoing expenses to obviously just postponing it that would still remain. So unless we were looking at totally removing that or shifting only to a virtual presentation, some of those expenses would still be there, but we are certainly looking at and being mindful of the expenses going forward.
So in terms of budget, I mean, if we canceled it, what are kind of our sunk costs, and what would we be saving if we did that?
I'd have to get back to you with the breakdown. Obviously, we have gone partway down the road there, so we also we run that in conjunction with Night of Artists, so we have a partnership there. So it's not a huge budget line all together with the event. If that's something that council would like to consider, we can certainly come back with that as an option.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd certainly like to see those details. And those, oh yes, my question is about the diversity and inclusion project. I'm curious to know when that was approved.
I believe that was approved in the previous year's budget, so 2 years ago.
Well, it was a previous council, so it was in 2017.
I will pull up I believe so. It's the project that stemmed from Councillor Osborne's motion, and then we brought that forward as one of the proposed projects for withdrawal of funds from the reserve for this council's approval.
And I guess kind of what's the status of that project? And I mean, why isn't it done, I guess is my question.
We've just in terms of just capacity within the department, we've got some internal planning and project planning that has been outlined for the project, but we haven't incurred any hard costs other than staff time towards that project. So if we wanted to look at adjusting that, we could without incurring additional costs.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Mackay.
Unmuting, sorry. A couple questions, and maybe they're probably more directed towards Anna. In relation to the operating grants, didn't we were over last year in the amount, and council actually improved an increase? Is that correct?
It is correct that we were over in our asks as to what the budget was, but no increase was approved. What was approved is the ability to carry forward from one year to the next year if we had any unallocated funds.
And did that occur?
Yes, we did change. We changed the policy to allow that. There was no additional money last year.
Right.
I can tell you the asks for 2020 well exceed the available budget this year.
Yeah, I was thinking that with obviously with the impacts of the pandemic, that's one of the questions. What about with the capital program, the 250,000? How many did we use the entire amount last year?
My apologies, Councillor Mackay. I was speaking about the capital in my last response.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What about the operating? Didn't the operating go up?
The operating, no, it did not. I had brought forward basically a program review in the spring, and what is sitting now on the table or schedule is for me to bring it back in late August, September, just with basically an update as to how the organizations are doing and to look closer at the financial picture of the city as to whether or not there's an increase to that program budget or whether it stays the same or any change at all.
All right, thank you. And maybe this, I'm not sure whether you can answer this. I don't think I'm not looking at, but what are we hearing? Maybe Mayor Herron, you're from your AUMA. What are we hearing from about FCSS, the impacts of that? Are we hearing that if any reductions are coming down the line that way?
I have had no direct knowledge, but I would expect there'd be some provincial budget cuts across the board, but not sure what that would look like.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody else on the call that would be able to speak to that, but I just, so can Anna or Mr. Ryder, can you, so I was looking for my sheet over that you gratefully, you always make such a great sheet that shows previous 5-6 years in relation to operating grants and a number of agencies. You know, if we, the impact in relation to operating grants, and are some of these agencies going to fail without our support?
So again, just to clarify, for the capital grant program or for the operating?
Well, let's do the operating first, and then
the outside agency.
The capital, I'm not, maybe it's going to, obviously, as we heard, it's going to impact those that we're looking at some items, but operating is the main one here.
So at this point in time, the outside agency operating grant is not, as far as today's report, certainly is not up for any type of cuts to that for 2020. The groups have all received 90% of the approved funding. Their last 10% will come in about November. They provide an interim report in October. So as far as the impacts, I have just sent out information to all the groups recently, and we're starting meetings now in the next month or two. Then I'll have a better idea of how they have been affected. I mean, there's been a number of provincial programs and grants, but whether or not they've been able to utilize those programs, still to be seen. So again, I'll have a better update the end of the summer.
Yeah, and I appreciate you clarifying that, just for not only myself, but for everybody listening. Anyways, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all my questions.
Okay, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Ms. Royer, if I heard you correctly, you said that the community capital grant, even by March, was oversubscribed. Like we could give away all the 250,000 at this point.
Yes, it was actually a little over 410,000 in requests from 8 community organizations for community capital.
Have we been talking to them since the middle of March to see if they would still be, like, things have changed, right? So I'm trying to figure out if they would still be in a financial position to be able to meet their requirements for the funding.
So I have had some discussion when council made the decision to postpone well, first there was the motion to extend the application date, and then there was a motion to postpone until the fall. I didn't hear back from everyone, but I did hear back from a number, and just a variety of things. I guess the main concern for them is whether or not the applications, if it is canceled this year or postponed, can they then use the applications they provided in the spring of 2020 for 2021? And some of the groups have had to go ahead with some of these renovations. They were in a situation where they've had to maybe borrow money from somewhere else. So they still are hoping. So they, in fact, started their project. So it would take some type of, we would have to basically dismiss the policy where it states that they should not have started their project. So as long as that's okay, many of those projects could go ahead next year. But again, then you're falling into, there's groups that were waiting until next year. I did have groups that didn't even apply this year because they knew that there were so many others coming forward.
So what I'm hearing is that really that 250,000, there is a demand for it and a need for it, even post-pandemic this year.
Yes, yeah. A number of organizations with their buildings closed wanted to take the opportunity to maybe do some renovations or do some work that they had.
So I know Councillor Jolly has a motion to keep it on. Thank you, Natalie, for doing that. The deadline was extended and now we're looking into the fall. Is there an opportunity, let's just say that this was continued as of today or the 29th, depending on when it's debated. If it was continued, is there an opportunity to move it up the dates? Because I'm looking for certainty for these individuals that have basically applied 4 months ago or earlier, and they need to know what's going on so they can manage their budget. So I know it was delayed to the fall. And this was right now being scheduled to be canceled. So then I guess it wouldn't be there, but I'm looking to actually have it moved up. Like, I don't know when the next meeting is going to be for CSAC, but it's like in a week or something, isn't it? The CSAC is finally going to meet.
Yeah, the CSAC the normal meeting is in June, 4th Tuesday of June, but we would be canceling that as we don't have any agenda items. So we could bring that back in for the end of June, or then either the end of August, or then we're looking at September. But again, it could be sooner.
So I'm just saying, if we were to debate that motion today, then there would have some certainty, and then that committee could actually bring recommendations to council as of the end of June to give the current application some kind of decision. Would that be possible?
Yes, correct. It would then go to, if it could get into council in July, then we would be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay, so I know, Councillor Jolly, I know you had that motion to delay it, but just there may be some merit to discussing it today. The other thing I had was, this might be to Ms. McMorty. So in this $7 million deficit, it was basically assuming that we didn't go forward until October 1st, like then we'd be reopened, but we are partially reopened now. But then what I keep hearing is, okay, because we could be reopening some things earlier, that then the deficit could be larger. And I'm thinking, when it was the July 1st or August 1st projection, the deficit was less than in October. So I understand that there's certainly limitations on the buildings, but I think we probably should have also been expecting that. So I'm trying to figure out why we would still be thinking that there would be an increase in the potential deficit, or am I misreading that?
No, you're not misreading it. I guess I'm just saying it's a potential. We have to do some work to actually really understand it. When we did the original forecast with the opening dates, we were having to make some pretty global assumptions, so we were assuming it was going to take some time for our revenue streams to come back, but it wasn't really based on, a capacity or how you had to run your programs or different cleaning protocols and those kind of things. It was just, thinking it would take time for people to be comfortable coming back to facilities. And so we did make some assumptions in there. And I think what I was saying is that just right now we're in a spot where we need to actually go through and actually look at the financial impacts of when we open the facilities in terms of additional costs, what the revenues are going to look like because of reduced capacities and spacing and those kind of things. So it may not be worse, but we need the opportunity to be able to look at that.
When do you figure you'll have those numbers kind of crunched out?
I'm thinking probably like mid-July, just because right now I know council will have some decisions to make in terms of what's going to open when, and once we have that information, then we can look at the more detailed financials on that.
Okay, so the decisions for opening will be prior to having this information is what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, did we include in this deficit the update about how currently at least the university and Grant MacEwan are planning to do it online and the UPass revenue will not be available for transit? Did you include it in these projections for this update?
No, not for this. So that'll be coming in the next financial update as well, because that was obviously a fairly recent decision since we did our last forecast. So we'll be working to understand what that'll mean for transit.
And this is
revenues.
mostly expenses, and that would be a revenue, right? There's no revenue in here, is there?
No, these are just expenses in what we're talking about today. Yeah, it's just yeah, expenses.
Well, it could also be changing our expenses because I'm not sure how many buses will be running. If the students aren't going there, I mean, we still have staff that may or may not be working directly from there. So we have to have some level of service, I'm assuming, but yeah. And then again, maybe they'll change their mind. I mean, because they're maybe opening the schools. The other question, this is just clarity, I guess. So we have council grants. I am like, what council grants do we have?
So I guess grants isn't probably the right term. That was in regards to the sponsorship budget that each council member has.
Okay, got it. That's helpful. The business initiatives we're putting in half, you're saying. The drainage bylaw consultation support. I was curious about that one because if somebody we just got an email today, right? If somebody has concerns about drainage, that has nothing to do with COVID. That's about water. So I was trying to figure out how we'd feel comfortable reducing that unless there's actually been less demand in the recent months, like not just this month, but last year. Has there been a trend of decreasing it, or are we decreasing it and that could be at the expense of people with drainage issues and we then can't enforce the drainage bylaw properly?
Councillor, I can answer that. Yeah, we do carry a certain budget every year for drainage bylaw. So when we looked at the trend, there's been demand to drainage issues this year, definitely with spring thaw and whatnot. So what we have looked at, what has been carried forward over the years, we can certainly reduce the small amount there that's shown with the added budget that we have for this year.
Okay, so we're confident that even with reduced budget, we can still address any potential drainage complaints we might have, because most of them will be happening in the next 4 months, I'm assuming.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, the records and information management program, like we're getting rid of 30,000 on that. I'm just wondering what element, this could probably Mr. Lafleur, what elements are we getting rid of that we don't think we need?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. We're actually not getting rid of any elements. What it is that we had a carryover of $130,000 that we were and still are going to use for external consultants. Sorry, I'm having feedback here. Is there something?
I can hear you great.
Okay, no, but I'm getting feedback from when I'm speaking. Anyway, I'll plow ahead. So the bottom line is that we re-looked at the scope of what we're going to be going out to tender with shortly. And we are confident that we can get the job done that we need to do in terms of external consultants to help us with our classification schedules, retention schedules, and our nomenclature protocols. We're confident we can get it all done with that reduced amount.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions? Councillor Mackay.
Just a quick, clarification point on the Environment Initiatives grant. So just so that I'm clear, the 25,000 is already expended then?
That is correct. The 25,000 is expended. The remaining 8,200 or so is outstanding grants that have yet to be executed, mostly by school systems that we're looking to spend the money in the fall when school resumed.
Okay, so that's what's left outstanding. So it's basically school programming, and I guess with the recent announcement, we're not 100% sure whether or not they will be able to. I mean, there's some talk that they'll be in school. There's some talk that they may not be, depending on the pandemic. So we're not sure whether or not they'll be able to access that funds or be able to use them for their projects?
Our expectation is that they will be able to use it based on the submissions that we've gotten, and they could deliver the sort of output of their program, whether it was online or in person. But again, those are the outstanding unexecuted grants right now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Maybe Mr. Scoble, the IAC funding, that's not the grant, is it? That we got from the province?
No, it's not. No, it's some money that planning had as we were proceeding here that they don't need now. You know, I still have some funds for any joint studies we may undertake with the IAC for the remainder of the year.
Okay, and I mean, because I was just wondering what, yeah, okay. That's a lot of money. I didn't realize we even had that much money in there. So, all right, I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification.
And your comment is good, Councillor Mackay, because I think this has given us an opportunity to see what we normally budget for, and maybe these are, I know these are one time, but really good conversations about whether they should be permanent reductions. And, you know, Mr. Scoble can, you know, during the budget process next year, consider maybe reducing a lot of these permanently. I have a couple of questions. One, there's just a general one for Diane. So a couple of these motions talk about canceling projects that were funded from reserves and then reallocating that reserve money to offset the deficit. So if the deficit isn't as big as we thought, would the reserves be the first place we would return money to?
We certainly could take that approach.
Okay.
If we ended up not needing all of it,
yeah.
We could consider just leaving it in the reserve.
Yeah. So maybe whether it needs to be an emotion or maybe it's just a given that we would use the reserves as the last case resort. And I don't know if you need that or maybe we just, at the end of this year, we're going to have to get a huge reconciliation of the actual deficit and where we drew money from to offset it. And then council can make decisions to keep it in reserves or not. So is that what we're planning on doing?
Yeah, I think towards the end of the year, we'll have to make final decisions of any other reserve transfers. But this just lets us know whether we have the support of council, you know, to eliminate, help offset our projection. At the end of the year, we're going to have an actual deficit of some kind, and then we can go back and revisit any of these. But of course, if we don't make the decision to not spend it today, and it gets spent, it's not available to put towards it at the end of the year.
Yeah. So I worry about depleting our reserves, but we can have that conversation at the end of the year of what we want to top back up if we have any money left over. I have a couple of specifics on projects. One of them is the cannabis legalization, the 191,000. Was that the money we got from the province?
Yes, so that was the grant money that we got back from the province, and we have already done all of our final financial reporting on those funds. And we had been holding it thinking that there may have been additional expenses coming sort of with cannabis 2.0, you know, when edibles and stuff came in, but we've sort of, you know, in monitoring the situation, there doesn't seem to be a lot left for us to do from that perspective.
So we have the ability to reallocate money that was specifically from the province to go to cannabis legalization to go to our general revenue. We have that.
Yes, because we've technically actually already spent that money back when we were doing cannabis legalization at the time.
Perfect. All right. And then we had integrity commissioner questions, IAC questions. All right. The transit feasibility study for $60,000. I believe this was a council motion to investigate the possibility of providing our public transit services to the school boards. Is that what this is? Oh, Mr. Lake's there. Thank you.
That's correct. It was a business case we had provided for, initially it was for 75,000 and then it was reduced by 15,000. And then of course, based on the current situation and council's motion to provide free ridership to schools, we didn't have the opportunity to get together and use all that data to create it. So we were going to bring it forward. But indeed, from an operational perspective, we started to investigate one portion of it. that being the on-demand portion. And we are doing that within operating dollars this current year. So we would bring it forward again if we were to defer it, which I would recommend until we get things back to proceed normal, I guess.
So you're suggesting it would come back to council as a new business case to continue in 2000?
That's correct.
Okay.
I understand that the school boards have reached out to us to revisit this. We did do this, you may recall, back in around 1995.
Yep.
Went through the entire process. So I think they've reached out and want to refresh all that data. So we would do that again, presenting a new business case if this is deferred.
Okay.
If I might supplement that, Mayor, you know, in fairness to Tony, he's not privy to some information. I did have a meeting with school board superintendents last week, and you know, discussing opportunities for synergies for all of our all parties going forward. So, you know, this might be something you may want to actually leave in the budget here to undertake that study. Everybody's looking for synergies and savings at the moment, including the school board.
And that's kind of what I was thinking. I feel like this was approved a long time ago. I think it was well over a year ago. And I think I was bugging Mr. Scoble, when is it coming back? Okay, so I might make the motion to amend, or somebody else can, to keep that one in. Or Mr. Scoble, I know the transit delivered by the municipality of Lethbridge was part of their operational review. Could this be part of the operational review? No,
that was a different service delivery. So the city of Lethbridge actually owned and operated the yellow school buses, and that's what they're looking at. So
okay, that's completely different. All right, I'll think about it as we go through questions. But Mr. Lake, no matter what, if it doesn't get done this year, I'd like to see a business case next year brought forward, because I do think it's important. Councilor Broadhead, question for you. Are you okay if the hardware display case is not done? Like this, the proposal is that we take the money out and it's not done. It was your motion, so I'm just asking you.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You know what? It's been a long time since that motion has been made and it hasn't been built. I'm not sure we've missed it.
So why don't we approve it today and then bring it back as a business case or capital project or whatever it is?
Fair enough.
Because I think it was a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And that is all the questions I had. Okay, I'm seeing Councillor Mackay, then Councillor Jolly.
Sorry, Councillor Jolly, just something you just said in relation to bringing some of these things back. So on a number of, in the background or the AR, it says eliminate the butterfly project, eliminate the Northridge gazebo. That means they're gone, right? And that means that we would have to, if we want to bring them back, we have to bring them back and ask for a whole new updated business case. Am I reading that correctly? They're not being, I mean, obviously there's aspects of that, the Northridge, obviously that's the total amount, but so when you use the word eliminate, they're gone.
Yeah, so that's correct. So the budget as it sits today would be gone, and if you wanted to consider it again for the future, it would require new budget allocation again. Obviously prioritized along everything else.
Right, but weren't there? And I see Miss Jarrett came on. Wasn't there other parts or components of that gazebo project that, you know, potentially you could reduce it by 40,000 or something? You're saying eliminate the entire amount, or what? Am I in my memory gone on this one as well?
That would be the entire project. So in terms of just going forward, we would recommend that if council wants to identify one of those, then we would bring that back when we were in a better position for an additional withdrawal from the reserve to support that. But I don't recall that being pieced together with another.
Fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just thought there might have been two components of it, and I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have it. And without checking, I just see the word eliminate, so I wanted to be clear. I just wanted clarity, Madam Mayor, and I'm good with that. Thanks.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So, Ms. Jarrett, you've answered part of my question about the mayor's celebration. So, we'd save about $12,000 if we did an online ceremony, and about $19,000 if we canceled the lot. Is that right?
That's correct. 7,000 of that would be the actual awards that are presented to the recipients this year, which have not been announced with the exception of the Lifetime Achievement Award. So we would save 12,000 if we just shifted to a virtual presentation this year.
And what impact would that have on, I'm blanking on the event that happens at the same time or that we've partnered with the last couple of years. What impact would us pulling out have on them?
We would have to, I mean, normally it would have a little bit of impact. We would connect with them. I think right now they've been reassessing where they are, and we'd have to check with the Night of Artists again just to see where they are for a little bit more detail, because things have shifted since we did the initial rescheduling.
And the Lifetime Achievement Award, who did that go to this year?
That is Carol Watomniak.
Oh, Carol. Okay.
Yep.
She is a legend in arts in St. Albans. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, I've got one more question, and I think it's for you, Diane. Thank you for that one piece of that was talked about before, council grants. So I think just for everyone's information, all of council went through their personal budgets, and the grants was something they identified, and we've all brought that down by 12,000. But there was other pieces of our budgets that I just want to make sure were included. So my personal budget, I reduced by about $41,000, and it was office supplies, event registration, contract services, the other grants, which is one you just mentioned, the contingency budget by 12,000. Did that get incorporated into, I guess it would be that piece of information that wasn't really council's approval? You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, so that would have been kind of included in that bigger number that we had in the agenda report. I think it was 5.9 million in the agenda report. All of those current year kind of reductions, that's where that would have been included.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that information and the work that our council did to eliminate their budgets got to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just would say that council, I think a lot of us, it was a good process to go through our budgets, and there was some permanent reductions that are going to be, I told Rand just to cut next fall during budget because we don't need as much money as we were getting. Okay, so process-wise, I think we're out of questions. Councillor Jolly, you have some amending motions that you were considering. Why don't I get someone else to make the motion? And
could I just request that we do one at a time?
Absolutely, that's going to be the easiest way to do it. And is anyone willing to add in or amend it so that $60,000 for the transit study is done? No, then I will pass the chair off to the deputy mayor and I'll do it myself. Okay, so process-wise, can I look at somebody other than Natalie to make the main motion, one at a time? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Sure. And there's lots of motions that Councillor Jolly is making that I approve of. I'm just putting this on the table so we can start talking.
Yes.
That operating carry forward projects totaling 553,400 is detailed in the attachment. Operating carry forwards be cancelled, reduced, and the associated reserve funding be reallocated to the 2020 general operating budget to offset any deficit that may arise due to the financial impacts of COVID-19.
Okay, I'm gonna accept that motion, and then I'm gonna look at you, Councillor Jolly, and you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
These were potentials. I don't know which ones you want to bring forward.
I'm going to bring forward 3 amendments. So the first one, that the Integrity Commissioner program is removed from the list of cuts and the total in the main motion is reduced by 10,000. Second one is that the Mayor's Celebration for the Arts is added to the list of cancellations, and the final and the main motion is increased by $18,000. I gave some wiggle room because I think we don't have exact numbers on that. And then the last one is that the Environmental Initiatives Grant Program is removed from the list of cuts, and the total in the main motion is reduced by $8,200.
Okay. So those are amending motions. Okay. Councillor Hughes, are those friendly amendments?
Everything except the environmental initiatives grant. So the first two, yes.
Okay. All right, so we won't debate the first two. We'll assume that those are now amended, accepted, but we will take the last one on environmental initiatives grant, and I'll accept your amending motion, Councillor Jolly, and I'll let you open up.
I have no volume.
Yeah, I can't hear you either. No, but you're not muted.
You're not. Try again.
Oh.
I can hear Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I could hear.
I'm not the
can't
one.
hear that.
You just can't hear Natalie. Try again, Natalie. Why don't you sign out and sign back in? We'll wait.
Is
Have something to do with the
thunderstorm?
storm outside.
Yeah.
Another one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Big one.
sort of grumbling out there.
Mayor, can I get your advice on something right now?
Okay.
The second motion that Councillor Jolly brought forward, I'm supportive of, but I'm wondering if I should just allow it to go to debate anyway, just because it's new on the floor and I want to respect all of council's opinions on these. It's not just me, you know, as important as I am. I'm wondering if we should have the second one also debated, just because it's not something that we've all previously agreed on, like on consent or something like that. Not that I'm not supportive of your motion now, Councillor Jolly, but I'm just thinking that perhaps we should have both debated, just to be fair to everyone else's voices.
Which ones are you talking about?
The second one that she brought forward, which was the mayor's celebration of the arts.
You
So-
accepted that as friendly.
I did take it as friendly, but I'm wondering if we should just have it as a debate for council. Not that I'm opposed to it, but just because I don't want to have my voice override everyone else's.
Okay, I get what you're saying. All right, and then I'm looking at Diane because you're going ahead.
I just wanted to actually try. I think that's actually a good idea to maybe do that actually even as a separate motion, because it's not a carry forward. We're talking about something in our current year's budget, the mayor's celebration of the arts. So it's not really part of the carry forward. So it almost have to be a separate motion.
Okay, Mr. LaFleur or Councillor Jolly, we're going to take the mayor's celebration of the arts out of your amendment. It's no longer friendly, I guess.
No, you're muted again. Can't hear you, Nat.
If you go, can you maybe plug in headphones? Like you have a mic, don't you?
Yeah.
And Mr. LaFleur, did you want to add to that? You were waving your hand as well.
No, Mayor, here, and I was going to actually make the same point that Ms. McMorty did, so that's fine.
Okay. And Councillor Hughes, that's a good point because I just assumed you liked it. Everyone else would.
Madam Mayor, are the motions up on chat anywhere?
There. Except just ignore the mayor's celebration of the arts one.
Where are they? I don't see them anywhere.
Chat.
I'm in chat.
They're in a
They
private
can be
message. I sent.
privately. Sorry.
Did that work?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So now, can you actually cut your motion because you sent it to me privately and send it to everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah. But really, the only one that is accepted as a friendly was the Integrity Commissioner piece.
Yeah.
And we're going to debate the mayor's celebration of the art in a minute. And Natalie is going to open her arguments on the environmental initiatives grant right now that we can hear her. Go ahead.
I'm just going to type in those motions so that everyone can see them. And sorry, am I talking about mayor celebration right now?
No, you're talking about environmental initiatives grant.
Environmental initiatives. So I think Dr. Wells actually said it really well when he was speaking in that perception is reality. And I don't want to indicate to our community that our environmental initiatives are no longer a priority or they're the first to get dropped when we're facing financial pressures. I think environmental initiatives are core to our values as a city. And I think it's important to continue to show our community that we are continue to be committed to our values around the environment. And I know it's not the intent in canceling this motion, but that is the message it will send. I guess secondary to that, a lot of these projects are amazing in terms of community building, in terms of investing in our kids, and we're going to need that more than ever in the upcoming year. So those are my reasons for moving to have this removed.
Awesome. Anyone else want to get in on debate on this? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. And I appreciate the intention behind it. My concern is just that sometimes you have to figure out what you're going to do for cuts. And I mean, the Athletes and Artists Development Grant was also completely eliminated. And there's still opportunities the later part of this year for people to take advantage of that. And we've agreed that that's going to be removed. So because there hasn't already begun down this, we haven't made any promises this year. And when you're trying to find lots of money, millions of dollars in savings, sometimes there is issues where you have to agree to do the hard cuts for 1 year only. So that's why I'm having a difficult time supporting it at this point, is just that it's not that we're against the environment, it's just that sometimes there has to be cuts to be made. And this would be one where we have not already even had any applications for it. That doesn't happen to the fall. And so that can certainly have potential maybe for early applications next year with the next year's budget, but we need to figure out the savings somewhere. That's it.
Anyone else? Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, I just wanted clarification because I specifically asked Ms. About what if this $8,200 had gone out, and the $8,200 had gone out to schools. And my understanding of the conversation with Kate is that they were, although they haven't completed them, they have every intention of completing them. So I still don't know where I'm going to land on this, because $8,200 doesn't sound a lot when you're talking, in the whole scope of what we're trying to save to deal with this. But my understanding is the $8,200 was already allocated, and it was just waiting for the schools who have unfortunately been out this entire time. So so I'm not sure where I'm going to go on this, whether I support it or not. I support the intent, but I also understand Councillor Hughes's argument in the sense of, we have to find some savings along the way, even if they seem small.
Wow, was it ever raining out? All right. Yeah, I don't know how anyone else have debate? Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Well, sometimes I don't have a whole lot to say in debate, other than I'm torn as well. If the dollars haven't gone out, maybe it's time to put a stop to it, because Councillor Hughes is right. We need to find efficiencies where we can, but in this case, I also understand the public narrative and the whole idea about the optics of pulling our support from the environment. I mean, that's who we are as a community. So, I say all of that because I'm flipping the coin here on which way it should go, because I feel strongly pulled by both arguments here. So I'll listen to whoever else comes after me, and maybe that'll sway me.
Mayor, can I just I know I've already spoken, but can I just get clarification? Because I thought it was 33.2 and it's 82 after I read the chat. So
that's the next motion, Sheena. The 32 is for the next.
Yeah, this is $8,200.
Just where was the 82 in my chart? I'm trying to figure out where you came up with the number. Did I miss it?
Oh, I just saw it. Page 379 of 708. It's the operating carry forwards and uncommitted reduce. It's the Environment Initiatives Grant was at 25,000.
Oh, okay.
Total account.
Oh, okay. Okay. I feel less bad about that one. Okay, we're good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
I can tell it's thunder and lightning out. I've got a dog on my ankles here.
Generally, I wait for Councillor Broadhead's words of wisdom to help me decide on these ones sometimes. This is a hard one. This is really about doing everything we can to find efficiencies. And even if it's $8,200, do we stick to our values? Yeah, I'm not sure. Councillor Jolly, convince us in the end.
You know what, I think that's a great question. You know, do we stick to our values? And the answer is always yes for me. That's all I have.
Call for the vote. Those in favor? That's Councillor Broadhead, Councillor Herron, and Councillor Jolly in favor, and against. That's a tie vote, so that motion fails. All right. Now where are we? Before I
do you want to do the celebration one?
We're going to do that as this whole separate motion.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but before I go to the main motion, I need to make an amending motion. So Councillor Jolly, you're the deputy mayor.
All right, go ahead. You can read in your motion.
Chat. So that the transit feasibility study be removed from the list of cuts and the total in the main motion is reduced by $60,000.
Any questions on that? Okay, I'll accept that motion. Mayor Herron to open.
All right, this was one that I've always been really kind of passionate about, and I wasn't going to bring it forward today except for the fact for two things that were said during the question period. One, Mr. Lake recommended we keep it, which was interesting. Or sorry, it was Mr. Scoble, mostly because he's had conversations with the school boards and really working with them on finding shared efficiencies, and this bus transit is a shared efficiency. So I would like to see it kept for this year. The school boards are going to be really struggling with their budgets too, and if we can save them any money and maybe increase some revenue for the city, this should go forward this year. And I think Mr. Lake said some of the work has already even started. So I'd like to see that work continue and not delayed. And that's all I had.
Thank you. Anyone else in debate? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. It's hailing out right now, FYI, over here.
I know, I'm worried about my car.
Like in the words of Twister, we got hail. Okay. The concern I have is just that when my impression from the number of students, let's say the percentage of students that took advantage of the transit, the free transit just for school, I don't think is significant enough to actually reduce the number of school buses. So they certainly appreciate it and they use it beyond school for all sorts of activities and also to help them with their jobs. But I don't think, just from my general impression, that it was actually a high enough number that you'd actually be able to reduce the number of costs for the school boards. So my suspicion is that we'd be spending $60,000 just to confirm that. And that being said, it's well appreciated by the youth to have it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be able to do synergies to decrease the number of financial demands for busing for the schools. So I at some point, yeah, I just think that really we're going to know what the results are going to be before we spend it, and we don't need to spend $60,000 at this point to have that confirmed. You know, so that's where I won't be supporting this, because it just, like I said, when I saw kids come on Paul Kane, for example, I had to drop my daughter off. I saw the bus get off, and there was about 15 students that took it. The 15 appreciated it when they took it, but it certainly did not take away the load of people who were taking the bus and the school buses to justify it. And if we were to actually take over all the school buses, it would be an enormous strain to the current bus system. And I believe Mr. Lake, at the time when I brought this forward, said we'd have to need 6 more buses and everything else just to handle the local demands if we were to take over the school bus system. So I think that while it's really valuable to have free busing for youth, I don't necessarily think it'll be enough to offset the school demands. So I don't want to spend $60,000 just to have that confirmed at this point. That's it.
All right, anyone else? I'll just quickly weigh in. Thank you, Mayor Herron, to bring this forward. This wasn't really on my radar as something to pull off of this list. I think that it's certainly something that we should be looking at, especially, you know, as Councillor Hughes, you mentioned, universities are going to be looking at online options for their students. I know U of A students for undergrads will be going in for labs. They'll be staying home for not labs. And so it'll be really interesting to see the shift in how people use the transit system. And this could be an opportunity really to I don't know, to find kind of those I hate the word, the synergies between the school boards and what the city is providing in transit. So I will be supporting this. Mayor Herron to close.
Did Councillor Broadhead want to go?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Wes. Go ahead. You have to yell at me.
No, my apologies. I wasn't going to weigh in on this, but my only concern with the study is really the timing. Is that I'm not sure whether we get our study done, how much value it'll bring in relation to the post-COVID reality if we do it right away. That's my only concern. Now, having said that, every time you study how you do business and how you provide service, there's always merit that comes out of it. And so either way, I think we're stronger, but I'd love to see this 60,000 spent about a year from now. That's just my opinion.
All right.
All right, let's try that again.
That's good knowledge coming from you, Councillor Broadhead. I think, first of all, I think the free transit passes that we've offered to the students this year is in no way any indicator of what this study would turn out, because that was just an aside, let's let them use it. But if there is no yellow school bus offered, they will be using our public transit. So it's not, will they use it? They'll have to use it if we are the contractor for the schools to provide busing. And I think we got to remember that the yellow school bus service providers are doing this for profit. So there is money to be made, and we are looking for new revenue for the city. But at the same time, we might be able to do it maybe even on a break even, which would save the school boards money as compared to using the yellow school buses. So that's always been my thought process. No matter what happens post-COVID, kids are still going to be going to school, and they need to get there. So that generally means taking the bus for them. So I just don't think we've been talking about doing this for a couple of years now, and the data is there. I think we need to just move forward. So I'll leave it at that. The will of my colleagues is good, but if it doesn't happen this year, I'll be pushing for it next year. Nothing for me.
All right, all those in favor? Okay, that's Mayor Herron and Jolly for. All those opposed? That's everyone else. The motion fails, and I'll pass the chair back to you, Mayor Herron.
All right. Okay, so we have a main motion by Councillor Hughes. We had a friendly amendment on the Integrity Commissioner. We had a failed motion on the environmental initiatives and the failed amendment on the transit. So I think I'm just looking at ledge. Do we know what the motion looks like now?
We are just waiting for Diane McMorty to give us the final figure.
Okay, she's got the calculator.
Yeah, I sent it in the chat to Tamara.
Oh, okay. Can you put it in the chat for us, Tamara? Okay, $543,400. Okay, so that's the new motion. So Councillor Hughes, I'm going to get you to read the motion again, just so we're very, very clear on what we are voting on. Can you do that?
Yes, I'm just wondering, Councillor Jolly's other motion that was an independent, are we going to do that after everything, or are we just going to use this as another amendment to do it to this one?
After this.
Okay. That the operating carry forward projects totaling $543,400 as detailed in the attachment titled operating carry forwards be canceled, reduced, and the associated reserve funding be reallocated to the 2020 general operating budget to offset any deficit that may arise due to the financial impacts of COVID-19.
Is that the right motion that we want?
You just wanted the number changed, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Mr. LaFleur, do we actually have to say
as amended
to remove the integrity commissioner?
Yeah. So could we say?
Yeah, yes, you should put that in, yes.
Okay, so do you want me at the end just add as amended?
You say as amended to remove the integrity commissioner.
All right, as amended to remove the integrity commissioner.
Right.
Perfect.
Okay, that would be good. And so we got a new number, and we got the reason for that new number was the integrity commissioner. All right. We're clean, Mr. LaFleur?
That's fine as it is now, yes.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Hughes, you own this.
You know,
anything to add?
I think we've debated this to death on every single item at this point. We're ready to go.
We're good. Okay. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Okay. Let's go to the celebration of the arts motion. So Ms. McMorty, we need to word this different because it's not a carry forward.
Yeah, I would suggest just something that the 2020 Mirror Celebration of the Arts be amended by X amount of dollars. I'm not sure what the intent
Why don't
was.
we say the 2020 Mirror Celebration of Arts be canceled and $18,000 returned to general operating?
Yep, that would work.
Okay, something like that, Natalie? Okay. You want to read it? Say it as you like it?
Can we have a moment? Is there questions related to just what you said?
We get it in.
Yeah.
So that the 2020 Mayor's Celebration of the Arts is added to the list of cancellations and $18,000 is returned to the general operating budget.
Okay, all right. Before I accept it, Councillor Mackay has a question.
Thank you. Madam, I just want clarity from administration as to whether or not this means that it's completely gone, or will there be the opportunity to have something virtually?
No.
So it's gone. Gone. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay. And the total value was 19 and you only said 18. Is that right, Councillor Jolly?
Yes, unless Diane has exact numbers, and then I'll put those in there. But I think in Kelly's comments, she said approximately. So I eyeballed it low.
Kelly, do you have any comments?
That would be right down to the number. I think the 18 would be a safe assumption right now.
Okay. All right. So any more questions? Okay, Councillor Jolly, go ahead. I accept your motion.
I hate 2020. This is we're canceling a lot of events that are beloved to the community. And I think that, you know, even in thinking of the Halloween haunt that is being canceled, this one is coming on the tails of that, and I just don't see it going ahead. And so this is just being proactive of making sure that we have that $18,000 kind of available to use elsewhere, and also giving administration kind of that breathing room so that they're not working on this project for the next several months when it doesn't go through. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting this since you knew I put it as friendly to begin with. I also don't think it'll be an in-person presentation at best case scenario. They haven't increased the inside limits past 50. And I think that there were several hundred people that typically attend. And I'm just not a really big fan of doing it virtually, period. It just is not the same experience at all. And I appreciate the value that the artists have been bringing to the St. Albert and having them recognized, but some things have to kind of give on some things, and just like the environment grant, it may not be fun, but it's also one of these things that's going to be necessary. I don't want to put a bunch of money into something that really, as Councillor Jolly said, is unlikely to go forward. So there's been no indication at all that we're going to be increasing those sizes inside to actually accommodate what we're projecting would probably be the people coming. And we've also canceled all of the Arden for the rest of this year. So I mean, that also tells you what we think the probability is that they would actually have a proper celebration. And I just don't feel like doing everything in half form anymore. I'd rather have it done properly or not at all. That's it.
Councillor Broadhead. Do you think you need to unmute? There you go.
I too don't like 2020 as, yeah, it's hard. And I I'm certainly going to support this because, yeah, we've got to deal with what is, and there's still a prohibition around inside gathering. But I tell you what, when we can meet as a community, we need to have a blowout party somehow. I went for breakfast at Sunrise Grill the other day, and I ran into someone I knew, and we were trying to social distance, but it was all about the only reason they went out is they craved the community of being together with people again. And when that happens, then I think we need to have fireworks and all of the rest so that we can say we survived it. And so to that point, until that day comes, we have to just suck it up and recognize that we can't hold the things that we truly want to.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything either, but because it really truly makes me sad because I really enjoy going to this as well as the Night of the Artist. But as pointed out, I mean, we're canceling so many other events, whether they be cultural events or community events but I'm going over to Wes's for the blowout. I can tell you that right now, because we have so many people that are saying the same things. I mean, and I'm really worried that there's going to be a lot of pandemic fatigue, and that sooner or later people are just going to say we're going to do it anyways. So, but I thank you, Councillor Jolly, for identifying this one, and I'm going to support it, even though I don't want to.
Yeah, exactly. Earlier we debated environmental initiatives grant, and it came down to budget versus our community values. And yes, the environment's a huge value, but so is arts in our community. So I will be supporting this motion, but it's very painful because, you know, I think it was Sir Winston Churchill who made a quote during World War II about continuing to fund the arts, because if we don't have arts, what are we fighting for? And that goes to, you know, maybe later on today in some of the motions, but I think the fact that we can't have this in person is what's tipping me to completely cancel the whole thing, because a virtual event would not be nearly as good. And so Kelly, you and I are going to need to figure out how we honor Carol, whether we do that small group, quietly, privately, or wait till next spring when we have the 2020 Mayor Celebration, sorry, 21 Celebration of the Arts, because she really does deserve this year, the Artist of the Year recognition. So we need to figure that out. So let's put that on our thinking caps on, but I will support your motion, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. I guess my final comments are that for me, this motion isn't about values. I think everyone knows here that I'm a bit of an arts fanatic. I'm passionate about the arts. It's purely pragmatic. This event isn't going to happen. I just don't think it is. And so let's get ahead of it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Right, call for the vote. All right, that's unanimous. All right, Council, it is 4:30, and I think we got a bit more debate on this topic. So I'm going to just call a 10-minute health break, and it's 4:30, so 4:40. That gives you 13 minutes. Okay.
Mayor, we have a public hearing at 5.
Yep, we're going to try to finish this off and then go straight into the public hearing.
Okay, it's just that we also don't eat supper. It's just, you know, like we're not.
Grab a snack. Yeah, but yeah, we'll see where we are. Yeah.
I've got to get a dog unglued from my ankles. So.
And suddenly, I am this pigtail little girl.
Listen, Wes and Sheena. Sheena is there. She just doesn't have her video on, and Wes does have his video on, but he's not there. Sorry for the rush, guys. Okay, it's 4:40. Oh, there's Wes. Good. Hey, Wes. All right. The second motion in front of us is about grants, and Councillor Jolly had a proposed. You wanted to table it, or do you want to just remove the community capital right out of it? What do you want to do?
Well, I prefer to table it. I know that we've got, however many applications, but I'd like to see that information about what kind of applications they are before just trying to keep the entire budget. So I would propose that we postpone the discussion to the 29th.
Yeah, I don't think tabling is the right word. I think tabling is for within the same meeting.
Yeah.
And so
Tamara's got a good motion for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't see it. It's just privately to you?
Yeah, privately to me. Yeah, she fixed it. It's great.
Can you read it to us?
That the discussion regarding the 2020 operating and capital grant programs be postponed to June 29, 2020 to allow for potentially affected stakeholders to respond to the proposal.
Okay. All right, I'll accept that motion, and before I accept it, Councillor Mackay's question.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I'm glad you saw me. I just a question to administration. Is there enough clarity in relation to that? Like, I mean, how are they supposed to get that feedback, or is administration supposed to do anything? Is it just that the information will go out that this is something that is now on council's agenda, and it's up to the public agencies or the impacted stakeholders that have submitted applications to become aware of? How do they provide that feedback? The details are a little.
So we're essentially talking about council grants, business development initiatives, micro grant program from community services, Rexon Park community events program, outside agencies grant. Is this the right ones? Or is it just the community capital grant you're proposing to delay?
You know what, I'd be open to just delaying the capital grant because I think that's the big one in here. But we could delay the lot if we wanted to do that. I don't have a strong opinion.
Your motion does all of them. Yeah. All right. Does anybody feel like they want to go ahead with the first little bit, which is?
But my question though, Madam Mayor, sorry, how is it? It's lacking. I'm just seeking clarity as to how that detail would come.
I'm not expecting administration to do anything. It's just right now we release this to, and Mayor Herron, please interrupt me if you feel like this is debate. But even for the community capital, the organizations that had already applied only found out on Friday afternoon. So it's great the Dynamics was able to get their board together and put together a response with 3 days notice. But the other boards, I mean, that's really challenging for most boards. So really for that one, it would be up to them kind of how they manage that. For the other ones, just kind of word getting out. So whether, maybe Brittany's doing an article on this, or maybe they see it on Facebook or that kind of thing. So just like any other motion that we have, it's just giving a little bit of time for the public to become aware that this is something that we're discussing.
So just for clarity and a follow-up, then you're not asking for any type of report back from administration at all. You're just saying, if this is on our June 29th agenda and you can present.
I guess I would ask for a list of the applicants. I assume that would be an in-camera item. I can
Well, I
add that.
think, according to Kathy's presentation earlier, she got an email. So I think all those that did apply got an email.
Yeah.
But they probably haven't had time to respond.
No.
Great. But I'm thinking the first 153,900 in operating grants we could go with today. Just, but that's not what the motion says.
Yeah, you're right, but I'm just curious as to whether administration has gotten good direction from us or not. That's all.
Mr. Scoville, so we've already emailed the people that applied for the community capital grant, so they've been informed. And the direction that Councillor Jolly is, her intention is that just word of mouth, the Gazette on the other grants is sufficient. So is that your understanding of her motion? Didn't hear you. Just for, that's okay.
Sorry, yes, that's my understanding.
Is that good for you, Councillor Mackay?
Well, I guess to play devil's advocate, we're just delaying maybe something that's going to come. You might get one or two people that are impacted by this, or we may get. We heard Ms. Royer say that they were oversubscribed by a large number. Now, I don't know whether that's equivalent to a large number of new applications or if that's just the financial impact of that. So I'm just saying, are we just delaying the inevitable here, or should we actually seek more clarity as to what agencies are we looking at? What would be the impact if they don't get the capital grant? Will they fold? You know, all of those things could come back at us, either through the agency itself or through administration. So I'm just seeking clarity. I'm just trying to say, if we leave it as is, and only in one, then we're asking for the gymnastics club to come back, and potentially we could get 2 more, or we could get 15 more. I don't know.
We could, but nothing from administration.
That's fine, but I just don't think that. I mean, I'm fine with that. I just think that we're just delaying the inevitable on it. So.
It's only a 2-week delay, right?
We're going to debate this in a second, right?
Yep. But I just want clarity for administration is all, Sheena.
I think we've got it now. Right? Okay. Any more questions? Seeing no questions, I'm going to go to you, Councillor Jolly. I accept your motion. So you're delaying all of them. That's fine. And I'll open it up.
Thank you. I think I went into the debate already. I apologize. I just want to give people an opportunity to respond to this. That's all.
Anyone else? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm going to be voting against it because I actually just think that we should just be restoring the funding today and not delaying it. There's not a 2-week delay because we have the break, which means that if we were to approve this in the end of June instead of today, the SCSC does not typically meet in July. And even if they did, it wouldn't be brought forward till at least the end of August, probably September. The typical meeting is the end of August, would be the earliest one, which means it comes forward for council's approval at the end of September. So if the intention is just that we're going to restore the funding, which personally I think is what we should be doing, then this is not a 2-week delay. It's potentially a 3 to 4 month delay. And the organizations that are hoping for this money need to know some level of certainty before December 31st. And it also, for some of them, they've already started and they're moving on debt. For others, they may not be moving forward at all, waiting for this, and they're getting out of construction season before they're going to get the money approved. So if you think that you are on the fence about it and you require more people to tell you that have it restored, then by all means delay it. But if you're thinking that, if you match what I'm thinking, that it's, we really should be investing in our community on projects that are moving forward, just like we do for the other capital projects that we have in our community. That on our current list, we are moving forward in capital projects that will build our community, and these are projects that we are helping to build our community. Then I don't think I need a 2-week delay to be convinced that we should actually be keeping this program in place this year. So that's it.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Mackay?
I like Councillor Jolly. I think I probably in my questions got into debate a little bit, and I apologize for that. But I think I'm going to I'm going to follow Councillor Hughes on this one as well, because I think we should make the decision now, one way or the other, in relation to it, whether we decide to go with the actual recommendation of administration, or if we decide to go forward as Councillor Hughes has said and say we're still building community as well. And so I'm going to vote against delaying it right now.
All right. Sorry, Councillor Watkins just asked for the motion, so I'll just read it again. Where is it? Can you read it again, Councillor? I didn't come to all of us.
Yep, that discussion regarding the 2020 operating and capital grant programs be postponed to June 29, 2020 to allow for potentially affected stakeholders to respond to the proposal.
Thank you. Got it, Councillor. Okay. You know, I'm going to support your motion, Councillor Jolly, because I'm not sure if I want to carry the whole 250 forward or 150, or I don't know who's asked for what. And, you know, normally I would just leave this up to CSAC to decide, but I'd like a little bit more information on who's applied for what, because we could kill it all now and take it out by 250, which I would not support. So no matter where this vote goes, we might have to have another one, but I wouldn't keep it all in, because I'm not sure about that. So a 2-week delay, we can schedule a CSAC meeting in July and or August and have this done in September, which would be before December 31st. So I like the idea of getting a better understanding of who's applied for what for this one grant program. So Councillor Jolly to close. Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor? That's 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. Councillor Hughes and Councillor Mackay. All right, so we will move on from that one. We'll talk about that on the 29th. And by no means does that mean we're going to continue to do the 250. So let me just write that down. Okay. Third motion in this group. We have 8 minutes. Where is it?
Do you want me to do it again?
Yeah, you might as well run with it. Council, are we okay with, oh no, are we okay with doing 3 and 4 together? Because Councillor Jolly, your thing was if number 4 failed, right? Okay. Does anyone, you want to split that one out then? Okay, just do 3, Councillor Hughes.
That public art projects totaling 154,900 is detailed in the attachment titled Public Art Projects. Be council reduced and the associated reserve funding be allocated to the 2020 general operating budget to offset any deficit that may arise due to the financial impacts of COVID-19.
Okay, accept that. Any opening arguments?
I just had my amendment.
Oh, did you have an amendment on this one too? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry guys.
That's okay, these are good. All right. Okay, accepted that. You can go ahead.
Okay, so my amendment is that the diversity and inclusion project is removed from the list of cuts and the total in the main motion is reduced by 44,900.
Okay, I'm going to accept that. Is there any questions on that? I think we got them out during, seeing none. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I guess a little bit of history on this project. This was spearheaded by Councillor Osborne in the previous term and really came out of our efforts in terms of LGBTQ plus recognition in our community and kind of talking about how it can be really challenging, especially for our youth. So again, this comes back to perception and that idea that perception is reality. And because this project is a symbol to all our residents that they're valued, cutting it would make some of our most marginalized residents, especially those LGBTQ plus youth, feel like all our talk of being inclusive means nothing. And I know that that's not what it would mean to us, but that's the message that it would send to the community. So that impact to trust would be there. So that's why I'm asking to have this removed.
Anyone else? I'm just going to say, Councillor Jolly. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
I'm going to support it too, and it's more than just inclusion of LGBTQ2S+. It's about everybody. It's about Black people. It's about First Nations. It's about everything. And even in these times, I think it's kind of, you know, we can't cut back on everything. We've got a multi-million-dollar budget. This is 38,000. And it's an important issue as far as I'm concerned. So.
Councillor Jolly, is there anyone else? I'm going to support your motion. I think it goes to some of the conversations we had before a quick break about the value of art in our community, and balancing that with the pragmatic approach of trying to cut some things. And I think we've demonstrated some pragmatism by cutting some of the art projects and unfortunately the Mayor's Celebration of the Arts. But this one project, especially at this time, I think should go forward. So I will support your keeping it in the budget. Your Councillor Jolly to close.
Thank you. And I'll just echo Councillor Watkins' comments. I mean, we have residents literally walking the streets right now because they want to bring awareness to issues that we are having with racism in Canada. And this is part of that. So I really hope to see this project move ahead. And I guess to administration, you know, maybe with the Mayor's Celebration canceled, our culture department has a little bit more time and we can get the ball rolling on this project. It would be great to see done within this term. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. It's 1, 2, 3. That's unanimous. Awesome. Okay, Council, can we get number 4 done in 4 minutes?
Sorry.
Do we need the new amount there?
Yeah, we need to do the
motion. I'm sorry, you're
yeah,
right.
that's okay.
Let's finish this off and then we'll come back to number 4 after the public hearing, which won't be very long.
I can do it now.
Okay.
That the public art projects totaling $110,000 as detailed. It was 110, right, Diane?
That's correct.
Great. 110,000 is detailed in attachment public arts projects. Be council reduce necessity reserve funding, be relocated to 2020 general operating budget to offset any deficits that may arise due to financial impacts of COVID-19 as amended.
To remove the diversity inclusion project.
And we'll add that in there too. That's correct.
I think that's just for clarity.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on this, guys? Okay, call for the vote. And that is unanimous. Okay. 3 minutes. Whew. Can we do number 4? No, I didn't think so because Councillor Jolly.
Well, if it passes, we can. If it doesn't pass, then Shrewsbury will forward the motion. So.
Okay, why don't you read it in?
Okay. That the transfer of $227,100 to the public art reserve be reallocated to the 2020 general operating budget to offset any deficit that may arise due to the financial impacts of COVID-19.
All right. Accept that. Open or any questions? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we have council has approved, continued to keep one project still ongoing on the books, which we've recognized as important in this time. And as much as we'd love to say we want to keep art going at this moment, I think that there's sacrifices that we made, and this is tough decisions that we have to do, and this is one of them. So this is an optional, honestly, for this year, and next year the budget will be restored for the 200,000 and can move forward. But it's not always fun. It's never fun to have to say no, but it's also one of the tough decisions we have to make as we're trying to figure out how to come up with $5 million. So I agree with the recommendation.
Okay. Anyone else? Probably Councillor Jolly, but okay. I'm looking around. Let's enter only if necessary because we have 2 minutes now. Go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be supportive of this motion, and it really goes back to that kind of the comments made about I guess how marginalized people are feeling right now, especially artists. They are an incredibly valuable part of our economy, but we aren't acknowledging that fact. So if this motion fails, I'll give notice of motion of the following, that the entire budget be used for a one-time grant program with the following criteria. So applications must be a joint application between an artist who resides in St. Albert and a business with an owner who resides in St. Albert, that the grant is awarded to the business must be used to purchase art from the co-applicant, the artist or artists. That businesses may elect to use their own resources to increase the fee given to the artist, and the purchased artwork or performance must be displayed or performed in an area accessible to the public. And The reason I'm offering this alternative, and I would absolutely be open to other alternatives, is because, you know, we can either choose to move that 227,000 into the black hole that is our deficit, or we can use it to build the relationships between our traditional business community, really the engine that keeps us going, and our artists, who are an incredibly underappreciated segment of our local economy. This alternative accomplishes our goal of encouraging the local economy while embracing our core values as the Botanical Arts City. So I said before that I don't think we should abandon our values temporarily to do this. And I think this option really kind of puts value on both kind of brick and mortar businesses and the artists who make a living here in St. Albert. So it's encouraging partnerships and the kinds of collaborations that could see develop, and the attention this could bring to both those struggling local businesses and local artists meets so many of our goals in terms of economic recovery and stimulation, and wouldn't result.
You're actually debating a future motion, so.
I am, but I'm giving this opportunity.
We know what your notice of motion will be. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but we're already 501. Yeah.
So I guess I don't want us to pit our needs against each other. I don't want us to say that artists aren't as valuable as everybody else in our community. And so I think we should keep this budget and really invest in our local art community.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. All right, anyone else? Councillor Hughes, close.
I can say that Calgary had a substantial tax increase and they did not reduce their public art budget, and they were certainly criticized for doing that. Throughout just not recognizing the fact that we have to make tough decisions, especially if the deficit involves a tax increase as a result. We're gonna have to be able to justify to people what we're doing. And we're not talking about eliminating art. We're just talking about delaying the start of it by a year, if that. I mean, we're halfway through this year. Next year, the budget will be another $200,000 and the projects can begin as of January. So this is about a 6-month delay for what we're doing here. And I mean, I look at the fact that the inclusion art piece was not moved forward for almost 3 years. I think that let's let administration do what they need to do with the projects they do have to get them actually going forward. And in 6 months, they can have a whole new set of projects to start on. But I didn't say this was easy. I just said we have to make tough decisions. And this is one of them. That's it.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor? We've got Councillor Mackay, Councillor Watkins, Councillor Hughes, and Councillor Broadhead, and myself, sorry, Councillor Jolly. And those opposed? Councillor Jolly. Suggest that is a good motion, maybe for the use of the funds next year, Councillor Jolly. It's a good program that you kind of outlined. All right. Actually, we finished that. 9.2 is now done. If you want to bring forward another notice motion similar, Councillor Jolly, maybe mull it over.
Yeah, that I would like to put more time into that. That was rushed.
No, it was good though. All right, we are skipping down to agenda item 11.1, which is a public hearing on bylaw 5/2020 Northridge Area Structure Plan Amendment public hearing. So I am banging my pretend gavel and opening the public hearing. We have a presentation, looks like, from Christina. Or is it Eric? Who's doing it?
Actually.
And Courtney, I have to go like this to see you. Okay, who's doing the presentation?
Eric Schultz will be doing the presentation.
Mr. Schultz, take it away. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm just sharing the screen.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
Yes, it looks great.
Woohoo. Thank you, Mayor Herron and council members. My name's Eric Schultz, and I'm here from Planning and Development to present one bylaw for the Northridge neighborhood. Northridge, highlighted in yellow, is a fully built-out neighborhood located in the northwest of St. Albert. Bylaw 5/2020 is an amendment to the Northridge Area Structure Plan Schedule A. The purpose of the bylaw is to expand the Northridge neighborhood boundary and create a second phase of the neighborhood, shown in black on the map. Oops. The boundary for Northridge Phase 2 is delimited by the black dashed line surrounding the whole area. Phase 2 will consist of 2 components. The black and white hatched area on the left is city-owned land and will be used for future development. The color side, delimited with a pink dotted line, is owned by Badger Land Development Corporation and will be developed as a residential neighborhood over the next 10 to 15 years. There are some key features of phase 2. One, we have a commercial site proposed in the upper right of the map at the corner of Hogan Road and the future Fowler Way. There'll be access for residents and for passersby. There are 2 medium density sites located in the interior of the neighborhood. They will utilize lanes as allowed for under current recent changes to the land use bylaw. There are 2 medium density multifamily sites located along Hogan Road, which will provide good access for residents and reduce the amount of traffic, local traffic on the internal road network. And there's a large 2.5 hectare park with good frontage located in the center of the neighborhood that will ensure all residents are within 400 meters of open space. The western half of the amendment area is mostly owned by the city of St. Albert, along with some crown land and an electrical substation owned by Altalink. There are no uses proposed for the west side at this time, and most of the lands will be referred to in the area structure plan as future development area. The electrical substation will remain as is, and the westernmost portion of the land will be used for the future Ray Gibbon Drive extension. As part of the application process, this file was circulated to residents within 100 meters of the proposed phase 2 area, as well as attendees of the public open house held in January 2019. The only concerns raised were regarding future roadway alignments and the effect they may have on property values and traffic. The Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board is mandated by the province to implement the region's 30-year growth plan. Because this amendment is expanding the boundary of an existing area structure plan, it required a referral to the EMRB according to their regional evaluation framework. The review determined that this amendment was consistent with the regional growth plan, but did recommend that the city add a section to the area structure plan that explained how density targets would be met during implementation. In conclusion, administration recommends proceeding with the amendments to the North Ridge area structure plan as presented today. And that's all I have.
All right, I'm going to start. Mr. Schultz, can you bring up the future land use map? Maybe just leave it there for a while.
You bet.
Maybe the zoomed in portion.
Okay.
Yeah. So on the east boundary, where there's 2 medium density residentials, the number 3s.
Yes.
So there's a road there. And is that hooking up with the transportation in Jensen Lakes?
The crossroad going east-west, yes, that does. That extends to Jensen Lakes Boulevard.
Okay. Will it change names when it goes from Jensen Lakes into Northridge?
I'm not sure if that's been
Probably hadn't
determined.
figured that far ahead. That just came to me. And then no connection into the Badger at this time.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm opening up to council for questions. Councillor Hughes, and then Councillor McKay.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. So, and this actually may not be to administration, maybe to the developer when they come forward, because I'll be talking about it. How big is the park? That one is not to them. How big is the park space? Because I see green. What is that?
2.6 hectares approximately.
Okay. So it's decent enough that we can have a playground and a sports field there, I'm guessing?
I'm not 100% sure on that one. We'd have to ask Parks, but it's not big enough for a school site, but it's a decent sized park that I think there could be some recreational amenities. Yes.
It would definitely be a large park, and you could have several types of recreation facilities within it.
Okay, perfect. The other, well, maybe you'll have this answer. I'll ask you if you don't want to tell me. It's fine. Servicing. So, to my knowledge, that area still doesn't have servicing readily available. So, would it be to you I ask, or the developer? I'm just curious as to when and how and what they're going to be doing for servicing.
I can take a stab at that question. The servicing for this phase has always been designed to come from the south, from the original Northridge area structure plan. So these lands have always been assumed to be coming from that side. It doesn't have the same servicing challenges that other areas in that northwest part have.
Okay, because what I'm wondering, like, is Badgerlands is right next door. That's our land, but we aren't. One of the constraints we've had up to this past has been the servicing issues. But then I'm hearing that we could have just gone past Northridge. Could we also have done this for our lands and developed our lands sooner?
He would have needed these lands to develop out first, and then the capacity issue becomes a problem.
So we can't service from Northridge as well for our lands.
Eric, I'm going to look to you for the specifics. It depends on what type of servicing you're looking at. Stormwater is different from transportation, and it's also different from water services.
I'm thinking water and sewer right now. I mean, those are the two biggies here. That was my understanding is why we couldn't develop that area anytime up until, I don't know, now, was because it was going to cost significant amounts of money for servicing. But they're next door, just taking it from Northridge. So I'm trying to meet these two in my head as to why we can do it on one side and we can't do it a couple feet next door.
Part of it is that these lands here were always captured with and sized within the existing Northridge phase 1. The other components of it are not. So there is just a limited amount of servicing. So we do need to find other ways to get the servicing to the city-owned lands.
Because this land was not always part of Northridge. It's been renamed part of Northridge. So, but it was always planned to be serviced from Northridge?
Yes.
Okay. But we were never planning to service the Badger lines from Northridge, though. We're never.
I don't have all the specifics, but I am under the understanding that there are some significant challenges with that, and I think capacity is one of them.
We've got Donnie here. Do you want to maybe take a jump in there, Don? Oh, or Jason wants to. Go ahead, Jason.
Sure. Yeah, so, excuse me. So there was oversizing through Northridge, which does allow for the sanitary, I should say. There was oversizing through Northridge, which facilitates this development for the sanitary. It also will incorporate lands for the sanitary as well, but we do need this section to go in first before ours is viable.
Okay. Okay. I just because the rec center was actually proposed as the lands next door, but we'd have to do temporary servicing until this one got developed. Is that what it was? I'm thinking that's what it was. Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Okay, I think Councillor Mackay was up next.
Yeah, quick. I'm just looking at this map diagram. The stormwater, don't do that. The stormwater facility looks unique. And looking at the financial, it is unique. Is that why is it a combination of what we would consider a stormwater lake and then also the submerged pipes? Is that what that blue skinny area indicates?
The overall design of it was done this way to deal with elevation issues, and so that the drainage, having the pond all at the bottom required a whole bunch of fill and other engineering issues, where by spraying out this way, it allows the water to be collected in the center and then flow by gravity down to the south. So I think there is some submerged pipe as well as the top surface layer. Jason might want to jump in with some more technical detail.
No, I think that's got it covered actually.
Okay. So the skinny portion on the diagram would be the submerged pipe, or is that actually, like, what is that? That's not open pond then?
I believe it is going to be open on top as well as there's some pipes there just to deal with stuff that's when the water is below a certain level.
Okay. Is that unique to this development alone, or do we have any other examples in any other development?
I don't believe we have any other developments this way, no.
Jason, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, so this would be unique as a solution, basically allowing the stormwater to accumulate in the central smaller pond, but still convey to the southern portion where there's larger area available for storage of the larger storm events. And enables the elevation differences to be taken into account without having to bring the extra fill. So it's sort of, you can think of most of the area draining into the smaller lake at the top, and then flowing through an open channel to the larger basin at the bottom, if that makes sense. Does that
Yep, no, that makes
clarify
sense. Yeah, no, that's good. I'm just looking optically, it looks odd. I mean, it looks different
It is
from,
unique.
yeah. And maybe when the developer talks, because I know that's future low density, and it'd be interesting to see what the builds would look like in that, with that narrow laneway. We could have our own canals. Okay, thanks. I just was curious, just because of the diagram. It's just unique. I haven't seen that in any other development. The costs, the submerged pipes, I mean, I guess that's something we will have to potentially deal with down. But I mean, how long does that last? I mean, those are they 100-year pipes, or are they 50-year pipes, or is there a lot of maintenance to those?
So these would be primarily plastic pipes
Okay.
that are going in, so they should be long. There should be pretty long life.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Councillor Broadhead's hand go up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question around the road structure here. If you go to the other map here now.
One with Badger attached to it?
Large one?
No, the one with this one here. So if you take a look at Villeneuve Road, one of the things that we've always talked about is that Villeneuve Road would sort of close here at this part that goes north, and with a little bend to the west at the top as it goes north. Is that still the plan, or is Villeneuve Road going to continue straight through?
Villeneuve Road going east-west will become a dead end right by the the power substation, but it will not connect to the future Ray Given extension. And then the Villeneuve you're talking about, where it then turns north and then hooks up into Fowler Way, that is planned as the sort of the new extension of Villeneuve.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right.
Can you show us using your pointer where it does dead end?
I don't have a pointer here, but basically it's not sort of right by the electrical substation.
Oh, there, okay, sorry, yeah.
It's to provide access to the substation without it continuing on into Ray Given.
Which is always, well, it's been the plan. Mr. Schick's here for about the last 4 or 5 years for sure. Mr. Schick?
Yeah, that's correct. So when we were doing our TMP update and looked at the Villeneuve Road and the Fowler Way connections and alignments, essentially what it was identified was the hybrid was to connect to Fowler Way, knowing that you have the Hogan Road connection and service to and accessibility for the developments and whatnot. Some of that component, that section of Villeneuve Road from Fowler to, say, Hogan Road, will be really dependent on what's developed on that west side as well, in terms of access requirements and possible future modeling and demands as well. But at the time, it was always identified that Fowler would connect with Villeneuve, and essentially Villeneuve would go from Fowler Way to St. Albert Trail.
Okay. Any more questions, Councillor Broadhead?
Yeah, just on the other side. So Hogan Road still goes straight north-south. Is that a straight run there, or is that just for the purposes of this map?
That would be the anticipated alignment of Hogan Road going north-south.
So it will open up to Villeneuve Road and to Fowler Way. Is that going to be arterial, or is that just going to be a collector route?
So Villeneuve will, so essentially both will be by rights arterials if you're following kind of the Transportation Association classifications. In our city complete streets, there'll be essentially connectors, which would be secondary arterial, so not like 4-lane divided, typically all modes accommodated, possible accommodation of transit pending routing needs and whatnot, but not a 4-lane roadway connection.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. How does that play south of Villeneuve Road? Like as you go south on Hogan to to Giroux. There's right of way there for more lanes. Is that build form then what's anticipated north as well? So sort of wide lanes, or how's that play?
The road right of way of Hogan was anticipating widening. So the road right of way is there to accommodate 4 lanes. At this point in time with the development, again, it'll be somewhat relevant. This is all somewhat kind of functional review and conceptual, I would say. But right now it's not looking like there's going to be anticipated demand to accommodate and invest in a 4 lane. But the right of way for Hogan would be there to accommodate it if it were necessary.
Okay.
Just on that, Mr. Schick, when do we make that determination? I mean, we get complaints that Hogan south of Villeneuve is not at an urban standard. It's got drainage ditches and no curbs, and people complain all the time about its appearance. When do we make that decision?
I think ultimately as greater build out occurs. So, as we start to look at these improvements, and I think now that we're really advancing our work in regards to like our improvements, our strategies and whatnot. And so right now, of course, the improvements such as Ray Gibbon Drive, St. Albert Trail, they've largely been focused around that 10-year plan to deliver improved levels of service, secondary components of safety improvements and whatnot. When, say, for example, a roadway like Hogan Road becomes within that time frame for delivery, is when greater detail investigation will occur and kind of define what that cross section will look like, what the anticipated levels of service will be in volume demands and whatnot.
All right, any more questions for administration? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had a little bit of more of an overall plan showing how Fowler Way eventually ties in going farther west in that, because I'm a little unclear on that.
I don't have a map.
And how Villeneuve does Villeneuve just tie in with all directional there, or one of those maps show that?
This is the transportation figure from the ASP, sort of showing it sort of continuing on, and then it goes above Jensen Lakes and eventually joins up to St. Albert Trail, north of the theater area right now, I think. Or no,
Fowler Way, it just goes off the map there.
And it connects with St. Albert Trail, I think just north of Jensen Lakes.
So, sorry, for confirmation, where Fowler Way will connect with St. Albert Trail is at the existing Neil Ross intersection. So just around the Costco site.
Yeah.
Right now, administration is working on the functional alignment. A little more detail. We're advancing from the functional study. The alignment that was completed and is shared in this graphic is just being investigated for the kind of the geotechnical environmental considerations and working with landowners and whatnot to finalize that alignment.
Okay, so Villeneuve Drive will be a flyover. There's no access, and Fowler Way will it access to Ray Gibbon?
Villeneuve has no
That's
access
correct.
to Ray Gibbon.
Right, yeah, Villeneuve has no access as a flyover, but will Fowler access to Ray Gibbon? Or is that a flyover also?
No, that's correct. Fowler will connect to Ray Gibbon or vice versa.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, any more questions of administration? We can always come back. Okay, I'm going to move on to the proponents. I've got Bladen Dibben and Courtney Jensen here. Do you guys have a presentation, or are you just here to answer questions?
Hi, Mayor and Council. Yes, we do have a presentation, a short one, so that we're not duplicating too much what was just said. So,
Okay.
I'll just
you have a screen to share?
Yep.
Okay. All right, we can see it.
Okay, great. So thank you for this opportunity. My name is Bladen Dibben. I'm a planner with Select Engineering. I'm here with Courtney Jensen from Strata Developments. And it's our privilege to present this to you today, area structure plan amendment for Northridge. Just a bit of context. So we've been through all this just a few minutes ago. So it's north of Villeneuve Road. There's the future phase, which is the city lands, and phase 2 in blue there, which is Strata's lands, south of Fowler Way. This shows a bit of the alignment that you were asking about, where Fowler Way would continue on to the west. And Villeneuve Road, I think Councillor Watkins was saying, would be a flyover. It would actually dead end here at the substation, as far as I know, from the functional plan. It wouldn't be a flyover. Here's the proposed land use plan. Just some of the highlights. So we've talked about the 2.5 hectare park. It was at 2.6 hectares, which takes up the 10% municipal reserve for this area. It's located centrally, good visibility from the neighborhood collector coming in from the east, as well as the collector coming in the neighborhood roadway coming from the south. So lots of great visibility there, right central to the neighborhood. And then there is that linear pond, which would have some water in the north part here as the 4-bay inlet. This channel would likely be almost dry sometimes, but except in rain events, and that would convey the water down to the larger pond area in the south. And also this is, as Eric said, this is not intended as a school site. There was no need identified for a school site here, as well as just not enough municipal reserve. So minimum school site area is 4 hectares. There's a mix of residential densities in here. This is unique to St. Albert in that it's the first neighborhood planned at 40 units per hectare in accordance with the EMRB's new regulations. So to achieve that 40 units per hectare, there would be a mix of residential densities. All the yellow in here is low density, which would be single family, semi-detached, as well as townhouse on the lanes. There'd be opportunity to look at some other housing forms in this area to meet those higher density requirements, and good affordability and efficient housing. In the light brown is street-oriented townhouse, so that would have lanes. And then the dark brown is more like townhouse up to a 4-story apartment. In the northeast corner is commercial site. Across from that is another commercial site planned within Jensen Lake, so it'd be a good activity area. The commercial's accessed off of Hogan Road, and then would have good visibility from Fowler Way. Also a walkway into the neighborhood from that commercial site. This plan just shows again the transportation. So the transit route would go down this neighborhood collector road and is within 400 meters of all residents in the area. Also the walkability, we just wanted to highlight that there's walkway that goes from north to south through the park along the sidewalks and access over into the city lands and then down into the pond and across Villeneuve Road into the existing Northridge to the south, where there's already an existing access. And as was questioned earlier, that's where the storm goes down into Northridge as well, so it can be serviced through that way. And then there's a walkway access from the park over to the commercial. So good east-west connections and north-south connections throughout this neighborhood. Finally, we just wanted to point out the staging. So the initial stage is planned to be from the south. This could be as early as next year, hopefully. And so we're happy to be here and hope that this gets approved so we can work on the first stages. We're here and happy to answer any questions that you may have. And that's our presentation, so thank you.
Awesome. How many years do you think till complete build out? Given current market?
Current market's difficult. I'll let Courtney.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, we're hopeful that it'll be within approximately 10 years, but the market creates a big question mark for us. We do have 2 higher density sites and a commercial site, so their pace would be determined by what we see in the market for those kind of products.
Okay. All right, council, any questions for Courtney or Bladen? I'm not sure if I missed this, but Strata owns the lands north of Fowler in that section too, do they not?
Yes.
That's correct. Yes. So they are not part of this amendment.
Okay.
They would be a future neighborhood.
Okay. Anything else, Council? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So future development at the bottom, that's also you, right? Like you have 80 acres or whatever. So that future development's still you. Yeah, where your little marker is. That's still you. And then we're next door. Is that correct? Or is that us?
No.
That's us.
No. Future development is you.
It's
Those
us.
are the city lands.
Okay, got it. The other question I had, this is just sheer curiosity. When you look at stage number 4, you have that little walkway going to the quote pond, but it's like the pond is a stormwater pond and there's no further trail around it. So I'm just trying to figure out, it seems like a dead end. Or is there a trail that goes, is there like a boardwalk going over there or what's up? Or is it just going right beside it?
There would be grass area. So the pond, the blue is probably bigger than it would actually be. So it's not all just open water. It's like a typical storm pond you'd see in a neighborhood. For instance, the ones in Northridge already, they have a big grass area around the open water area. And so this would have a walkway that goes along the edge and then cross over into south into existing Northridge.
Got it. The other question I had was when you go in your entrance, I guess for stage 1 and 2, on one side it looks like you're using lanes, but on the other side it isn't. And I'm just wondering what your rationale was for that, just because that is one of the major entrances to that area. And I just thought it might have been safer if you put lanes in there. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Councillor, you're speaking about this lane here?
No, move over a little bit, move to your left. Yeah, that number 1, that little, that spot there, like that doesn't appear to be lanes, but that means they're also going to be backing in. So just curious to your thoughts.
Yeah, they will be backing onto the storm pond. And so typically, I mean, for aesthetics and also you just having double frontage, you want to back on. Those could be potentially walkouts. I'm not sure if those are walkouts there, but they would have steeper backyards and then a lookout onto the storm pond. So the lane probably wouldn't be very attractive from the storm pond.
Yeah.
But definitely here, these would all be laned housing coming in.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? All right, seeing none, do you have, I'm just going to confirm with Ledge, do we have any members of the public?
No, we don't.
Okay, just the 2 written submissions.
That's correct.
All right, any more questions of Administration Council? Now that you've heard the proponents? Any questions of anybody? All right, then I need a councillor to put up their hand and make a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the public hearing on bylaw 5/2020 be closed.
All right, thank you for that. All those in favor? That's 1, 2, that's unanimous. Okay, are you good to go with second reading as well, Councillor Broadhead?
Certainly.
Could you have him unshare the screen just because I only see Wes right now. Yeah.
Blaine, do you mind doing that? Oh, perfect, thanks. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I move that bylaw 5/2020 be an amendment 1 to the Northridge Area Structure Plan be read a second time.
All right, any opening comments on that, Councillor Broadhead?
No, it's an exciting development. I'm glad that Strata is coming forward. Good to see you again, Courtney and Bladen, and wish you all the best here. I know it's been a long time coming, and I trust that your full out development will be less than 10 years. It's exciting stuff, though. I'd be interested to see your linear pond and how that plays. So,
anyone else on second reading? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
I'll be quick because I want my canal. But anyways, yeah, no, I just want to emphasize what you said, Councillor Broadhead. I mean, this has got some land use designations that will be exciting for us, and I think this moves us forward, and it's just an expansion. And as as a proponent mentioned, this is the first neighborhood that meets the MRB of 40 development units per hectare. So this is exciting. And if I can get my canal, I'm moving in.
Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Watkins and Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I'm going to support it too. There has been a project like this before done by Carmeret. It was called Heritage Lakes, and it's in St. Albert. And it had a whole bunch of storm ponds, which were connected by similar canals. So this is this is something from the past that's been brought back. And just like one of the other councillors said, this is the new paradigm in density. It's not all single family lots. There's lane product, there's semi-detached, there's all sorts of mixes. And in order to reach those densities of 40 units per hectare, if you don't have that and you don't have 6-story walk-ups, you're going to end up with 10 to 15-story apartment buildings, which is probably not what you want out there. So, I mean, with this increased density, you're going to have to increase kind of the low end of the density level too, which they've done. So I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge, Courtney, to you and all of your, and Strata for your patience, because this has been a very long time coming, and there's been just, you know, one thing after another that had to be delayed. For example, even the alignment of Fowler Way was also an issue. So I just want to acknowledge your persistence and dedication to trying to develop in St. Albert and to, you know, meet all the hoops that they've had to go through to get to where you are today. And I wish you the best. I really appreciate the fact that the park is the size that it is, and it's all in one location, so it allows it to be like a central focus for the neighborhood, I think, because it's so easily accessible, as opposed to making a lot of small little pockets here and there. You focused on having it all in one. I think that's a really attractive feature in your community. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out, but I just want to acknowledge that this was a determination just to get to this to here today. This just shows you the absolute desire and drive that your company has had to try to develop in our community, and I want to acknowledge that. That's it.
I can't really add much more because yeah, everyone has said it. It's a long time coming. Courtney, we've met many times about this development, so apologies for the delays because of Fowler Way's alignment and some other things, but it is here today, and you know, it does look exciting, and it will be, what do we call it, the missing middle of housing that we did not have in St. Albert before council changed the land use bylaw in 2018. So this will be interesting to see. But more interesting will be watching Councillor Mackay with his gondola polling people around. It'll be a revenue source for you. All right.
I'm not singing though. I don't know any Italian.
Councillor Broadhead to close.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Call for the vote. That is unanimous on second reading, third reading.
That bylaw 5/2020 be an amendment 1 to the Northridge Area Structure Plan be read a third time.
All right. Does anyone have anything else to add? Okay, call for the vote. That is unanimous. All right, congratulations, guys. Let's get a redistricting in front of us pretty quick. All right. We'll see you two later, and we're going to move back to where we were in the agenda, which was 9.3 operational review terms of reference. Mr. Scoble.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just briefly introduce this. So we've put this report forward tonight in response to the notice of motion from last week. We did clarify the objectives. They're in the background there. So recommend with rationale the addition, modification, or discontinuation of services and programs. Recommend with rationale changes to service levels or programming levels. Identify long-term sustainable expense management solutions to ongoing budget challenges. Recommend measures to provide quality, affordable municipal programs and services in the most efficient and effective manner while maintaining responsible taxation. We've also given rough timelines here, so if this is approved tonight, we can actually get it into the marketplace for request for proposals tomorrow. We do have to, given this type of proposal, we do have to advertise it publicly or allow respondents 30 days to respond to it. So that's July 16th closing. And then we can get working through August. One other clarification in this scope is for phase 1. You know, we've put built-in provision for an interim report if phase 1 is not entirely complete by October 30th. And again, as per my comments last week, that was so that we do, if there are opportunities, we can fit them into the 2021 budget instead of having to wait until 2022 to realize those. And then of course, conclusion on June 30th of next year. So attached are the terms of reference that we would insert into the Alberta Purchasing Connection package we put out for respondents to put proposals in. And we're happy to take any questions.
The only one that I had real quick, Mr. Scoble, is we haven't approved council motion. It was unanimous to take, what was it, to fund this from the internal audit committee and some internal service reviews, and then the rest was up to 700,000. But I've had indications from at least one potential interested party that the $1 million is probably way too much. So I just want to confirm with you that, you know, if we get a decent bid in at 500,000, we'll move forward on it. We don't have to spend the entire.
That's correct. Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Questions on the terms of reference or anything else, guys? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So one of the terms of reference is discussing service level reductions, but we have a committee of the whole or whatever on June 30th to discuss that same topic. So I'm not sure what else they would bring to the table that we're not already going to be discussing, or why we're having the workshop then.
Well, so again, the successful proponent can take that information and build on it. They can look at it independently. There is a bit of a timing issue here that the work we're doing later this month is for contingency planning in case, you know, circumstances should arise before the consultant does their report or is able to complete their report. So.
Okay. The other concern I had, the timing remains a concern of mine. I understand that we have a provision for an interim report, but if the consultant does not actually begin working until October 10th, and then they have to basically have a report done, written, proofed, and get dropped off, that's only 51 days to accomplish the entire review. And the expectation is that they would attempt to try to finish what, it's like 7 different departments, including service place, which would make it, in my opinion, an 8th, in 51 days. So I'm having I understand that there's like some sort of built-in urgency to discuss this for next budget, but I'm also having a serious concern about trying to do it too quickly. And then basically we're not doing it, you know, you can have it fast, cheap, or right. And I'm feeling we're taking one of them out, which is fast. And I'm not really sure how we can confidently say that beginning October 10th, August 10th, that there's going to be a report in any capacity that would be of value by September 30th.
Well, it's certainly going to require a focused effort. And when we reviewed some operational reviews from other communities, they've actually, those councils have requested their entire city review done in 60 days. So we're looking at half of it in 60 days. You know, a little bit of difference in scope here and there, but it will be a focused effort. And again, the objective is to identify some opportunities for the 2021 budget with an interim report being presented if necessary. They can continue phase 1 up till June 30th of next year. So the idea is to find some early wins, some low-hanging fruit, some quick wins, something that we can get into the budget to help manage it next year.
Give me 1 second.
All right, I'm going to go to Councillor McKay, and then we'll come back to Councillor Hughes. Yeah.
Somebody must have came to the door.
Yeah.
The Internal Audit Steering Committee will be tasked with not only selecting, as we've identified in the terms of reference, but they're going to have the oversight. Like you said, it's going to be quick and there's going to be a lot of turnover. So what do you see that, like, do you see meeting weekly? Do you see meeting, like how often do you see the IASC meeting and overseeing not only the work or the kind of the progress? I'm just kind of curious as to what you see.
Well, yeah, we would, I guess we would probably defer to the proposals we receive, and that would be, you know, part of the methodology that they would propose, which we're leaving fairly open, right? So we're really leaving it up to the proponents to identify the methodology and their interaction with the various stakeholders, including the internal audit steering committee as the oversight for this.
Yeah, I just in my, yeah, thank you. Sorry to talk over you. The
Sorry, just add to
familiarity.
that, typically they would do a progress report and perhaps 1 or 2 meetings with the IASC, but again, that's up to the proponent to specify.
So I guess just going back to some of the concerns about the timing, I mean, certainly there's a there's a great deal of potentially different ways of engaging not only staff doing background research, maybe bringing a lot of information in with them, because I mean, I'm sure there will be a great deal of interest with in taking this forward. So I'm hoping that we get some fairly strong kind of consultants with a lot of background, and I'm sure we will. But I guess, I mean, there could be that whole piece around engaging with the community. And will there be an opportunity? Because I mean, I it's not in our terms of reference, but it's certainly in, like you've said, is the methodology and administration. And I know just scanning like Lethbridge, there was a lot of meeting with stakeholders, business, UDI, community. Well, in the time frame that we have, how do you? That's kind of concerning to me as well. I don't know whether or not we're going to be able to get that done in time, plus also report back to IASC. Any comment on that?
That hasn't really been built in. The concept would be that there would be minimal engagement during the review, and then the engagement would come prior to implementing the recommendations with the community. So if it's entirely council's prerogative, but if you want to do a lot of stakeholder engagement during the review, I would suggest you'll add a year to this project. Probably.
Oh, wait. Yeah, and it for sure it would. Yeah, it would. But I mean, I guess, I mean, would they be missing something if they didn't do that? And maybe it's like you said, maybe it's they make the recommendations and then the implementation, but are we losing it at the end then, what we're gaining at the front? I'm just, those are kind of comments, is all.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, we have lots of literature. They'd be reviewing a lot of our documents, which includes stakeholder engagement over the years, whether it's the community visioning and the pillars. We have our most recent resident engagement survey that, all that literature would be referred to that's got previous stakeholder input to it. And then, like I said, normally the recommendations would be provided, but whether council implements the recommendations or not, you may want to do engagement on those at that time.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly my experience with engagement is expensive. And I know some of the consultants have developed their own tools to get the engagement, like we saw with Safe Journeys to School and things like that. But those are just some of the comments and concerns that I have. I'm glad the costs were certainly high, and I'm glad that the motion said up to, and I think that we'll see a competitive bid process. So I don't think we will come close to that top number, but at least I hope not. But those are just some of my comments and concerns.
I think Councillor Watkins had his hand up, and then we're coming back to you, Councillor Hughes.
I think it's a great idea that you chose the time frame you chose. A 2-month study versus a 6-month study is probably 3 times as much for the 6-month study, and you're probably not going to get 3 times the answers. And I don't really see the need for all the public input, basically, because I think that all the documents that you referred to that we're using have all sorts of public input involved in the background report. And this is an internal review, correct, of the departments, right? It's not an external review; it's an internal review that we're trying to conduct here. So I'm not too sure.
Yeah, just one. I mean, they will be reviewing our services and programs and service levels and making recommendations on those. But again, it's council's prerogative to adopt those recommendations or to do engagement prior to adopting those recommendations.
Right. And how did you determine what departments went in phase 1 versus those departments that went in phase 2?
Basically, we did want to capture half. I guess we looked for where some work's already been done, but we also looked for, some of the more pressing issues in the community right now and where some of the challenges are. So.
Okay, so you looked at, you didn't just cut them in half. You kind of had a good look at it and said, why would we put this in phase 1 and why would we delay this one a little bit longer?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just questioning I thought planning and development should go in phase 1. Just a question on why have you decided to put that in phase 2? Because it was kind of a frontline thing that's very important at this time. So
it is, but again, a lot of them, we tried to split up the scope, so to speak. So I mean, we have big departments with big scopes and little departments with little scopes and that sort of thing. So we kind of had to split them up.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. Councillor Hughes, back to you.
Hi, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Dogs were busy protecting my ankles over there. So, okay, a couple more things. And I guess I'm looking for some reassurance, Mr. Scoville, is like on one of them it says overall opportunities on page 2, and it has the not-for-profit corporations, and then it talks about new revenue opportunities. And we're not looking to discuss the MUC again, right? Like this is not going to be a discussion about the MUC and those. We're looking for other revenue opportunities.
Yeah, I hadn't explicitly said MUC or no MUC. I guess I kind of left the door open for the consultants to provide recommendations on any source of revenue. So.
Okay, but the intention really isn't about the MUC. It's about other sources because you've already discussed the MUC. So it's about discussing other. Is that kind of the intention? I know you didn't explicitly state it, but I just wanted some reassurance on that.
Well, again, I guess that'll come down, I don't know it's my place to say MUC or not. I mean, the proposals will come in and the IAC will look at them and decide, accordingly, I suppose.
I'm just concerned about that. That's all.
I mean, MUCs have a different definition. They're a municipally controlled corporation versus a Part 9 corporation, which I did put in for you. Part 9 is not-for-profit corporations, like a recreation corporation or a economic development corporation. So an MUC is not a Part 9 corporation, which is specified in the scope.
Thank you for that. I didn't know the difference, so I appreciate that. It does give me some reassurance. I appreciate that. The other thing I was, okay, just let me, what does insourcing mean? You have outsourcing and you have insourcing. I just don't know what insourcing means.
Outsourcing is
that's obvious to me. That's
so you're but that's not to say that there can't be departments provide new services internally or even to other stakeholders in the community and that.
Okay, perfect.
An example, and I'm hesitant to say this because it means nothing, but an example of insourcing would be moving away from a contract service provider we have currently and doing it in-house.
Okay, if it made economic sense, obviously.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay. And so I know when my dogs decide to go attack the entire neighborhood, the one thing I was saying is that you were saying that other operational reviews were typically done in the same time frame or less than what we're currently doing them in?
During our review, we saw some that were done in the same time, like in a 60-day period for the entire municipality.
Okay. The other thing, I don't know if this is a question or just a comment, is that when phase 2 comes in June 30th, it won't be applicable to the 2022 budget because this council won't be the one who decides the 2022 budget. It'll be the next council.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if it might almost be more applicable to have it actually be presented for November or something as opposed to June. So I was just wondering your thoughts on why I'm not going to be the one empowered to make those decisions.
Well, it's a good point. The 2022 budget would be approved by a new council. You're correct. I mean, rather than, I guess we went with June 30th so that administration could incorporate recommendations into the budgeting because, incorporating the phase 1 at October 30th this year is going to be very tough, but we understand if we want to see any opportunities in 2021, we have to get it in, right? So, the budget could be built with, we probably have 2 versions of the budget, I guess, with recommendations and without recommendations, and the future council of the next term can look at that.
Okay, and I'm just talking, like thinking and talking at the same time, which may not always be a good idea, but anyway, would it also be that it comes out on June 30th and then we actually have the opportunity for public consultation to discuss what, because as Councillor McKay had mentioned, I was reading and not thinking again, sorry, Ken. Councillor Ken mentioned that the public consultation is not being done at this point. So would then the intention to be to do it after that point to give the next council some feedback?
Well, that is a good point. I guess, it's done, the recommendations are provided by June 30th. Ultimately it'd be the next council approves the recommendations in the budget. I guess we'd have to see what the recommendations are, if some of them are implementable or not by this council. But yeah, I guess it gives administration a chance to put the budget together. It gives the new council a chance to, I guess, undertake additional stakeholder engagement if they want to.
Okay.
I wouldn't recommend stakeholder engagement over the summer. We try to avoid that, as we all know, just with people on vacation and that they don't always have the opportunity to contribute if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, we only have, like, summer comes, but typically it's just like one Thursday of the year. So you don't want to miss it in case it does show up. The other question I had, and again, this is just kind of, I'm looking for some reassurance, I guess, Mr. Scobel, because this was brought on quite quickly. We never had a backgrounder when we voted on it 2 weeks ago. So I'm just trying to make sure I have some level of comfort moving forward. Is just that we're still in the pandemic. In spite of mass gatherings of 100,000 people rioting, we are still in a pandemic, and we are still, we're still in phase 2. I don't even know when phase 3 is going to come about. So my concern is just us doing this before, we're not in recovery yet. We're in hope to be recovery in many stages. So my concern is just doing this before things are really settled down. And yet we're kind of uprooting the entire potential organization and causing a lot of stress for staff during that process. So can you just give me a little bit of comment about that, about what you think about this as far as the timing? I understand there's the budget timing, but there's just also the reality that we're not actually as far ahead as we'd like to be.
Well, I think the key question is probably if a second wave comes at some point in the future, right? So, that could complicate it a little bit, but at the same time, all the plans are, have been written if we need them for a second response. So, and we have continued normal business to a degree and we've been ramping up as we've gone through the initial response here. So, I hate to say it, but we've got that experience curve as we go into the next one as well, if a second wave should come. So, and we'll have to see what the province requires if a second wave comes as well. I mean, in general, the province is in much better shape, and the healthcare system is in shape now with PPE and all that. So, who knows what the stipulations of the second wave will be if it comes, but within St. Albert here, we've got the plans ready to go. We know what to do. We've done it before, so we'll be much more efficient.
I'm actually quite thinking that way. I'm just thinking there's a lot of staff right now that are still on temporary layoffs, and they may or not even be back before the first report comes into play. So I'm just thinking of just the general, just give me 1 second here. I'm just thinking about the general effect of just the staff is not all where they normally are. Not all the staff are even employed. We're not even doing regular functioning. Even if we do it, it will still be even if we do it, it would still be at a reduced service level at this point. And so I'm just trying to figure out if it wouldn't have been a better timing to just wait until everything kind of gets past phase 3, and more into normal functioning for the city in a whole before we began doing the review.
Well, there was two considerations: the timing from a tax point of view to find opportunities, because again, some of this may carry over into 2021. In terms of business impacts, our cost of doing business is going to be higher with reopening facilities, and into 2021 with cleaning and disinfection and protocols that we have to follow, right? So there was one from the taxation point of view, but I guess the second one is, while we're kind of in a period of, I guess, revolution here, if you want to call it, this is an opportunity to evolve to the next level instead of coming out of the revolution either stagnant or in a decline, actually. So again, it's that period in time where we can readily affect changes if changes come out of this review that are always tougher to implement when you're back into status quo and steady state.
Okay. And Councillor Watkins, I just saw your text and you know what, you were right. I'm thinking of other communities, not Alberta, when I was thinking about the responses that people have had in the recent weeks. It's not Alberta that's had serious issues. It's certainly outside of Alberta that we've been seeing the rioting. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you're right. I
In light of current circumstances indicating that there's thousands of mass rioting was probably not the correct comment. to make.
No, I was thinking of like
With protesting.
Chicago, New York, other places, and I was not thinking of us. And so you're right. So I just wanted to acknowledge it. And yes, you're right. I shouldn't have said that. So that's it.
Okay, Councillor Broadhead.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident in the process you've got going forward, Mr. Scoville. I do know that many municipalities are engaging in similar work. I think the consultant industry out there is well versed in what we're asking them to do, and I suspect we're going to have some really detailed and well thought out proposals for us to consider. I understand how tight the timelines are, but I don't think the consultants will be spooked by them. So anyway, that's my comment.
More questions of Mr. Scoville? Wes, while you're still unmuted, can I get you to make the motion?
I recommend that council approves the terms of reference, including a review scope and deliverables for the operational and fiscal review outlined in the report titled Operational and Fiscal Review Terms of Reference dated June the 15th, 2020, prior to administration issuing a request for proposal.
Excellent. Any opening comments?
You know what, I believe that this is money well spent on behalf of our community to undertake this study. It's timely because COVID is putting pressure on us to economize, find new ways of doing business. I hate the term new normal, but I do believe that the world has changed. Yeah, it'll look a lot like it did in the past, but it won't be exactly like the past. And we have to change to meet the future. And as I said just a few minutes ago, I think we're not the only one as a municipality doing a service review. And I believe the consultant community is well primed to do this kind of work. So I think we've got a significant budget that will allow us to do a good job. And we'll take a look at the proposals and make good choices. I'm confident of that.
Okay, thanks. I saw Councillor Jolly's hand go up. I also saw Mr. Scoville's, but I think he was doing his glasses. I'm like, you can't debate this, Mr. Scoville. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you. So I've been pretty quiet in terms of questions because Mr. Scoville, I was impressed with the initial proposal and I'm impressed with the terms of reference. Councillor Broadhead, I think that you're right that there will be a new normal, but I think this was also overdue and the pressures of COVID have provided us the opportunity to really do a deep dive that may have been more challenging if we hadn't been faced with the financial challenges that we're facing. So I certainly the timelines are going to be tight and we might not like some of the recommendations that come out of this, but it is important for us to be looking to the future as we go through this process and then make the decisions that come out of it. So thank you.
Anyone else want to weigh in? Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. I had quite a few reservations going into this section, and I feel more comfortable after hearing the answers that were provided about it. So thank you for that. Just because we didn't have a backgrounder when we first discussed this, and I wanted to have some level of confidence about what we're doing. So I appreciate that. And I'm also appreciative of the fact that there's a strong potential that this entire cost could be significantly less than what we budgeted, because the other concern I had was the $1 million. And so if this can be done for significantly less, then that certainly helps provide an opportunity to make sure we're getting some value for the dollars we're putting into it. And other than what's being brought forward for this budget, I think that really the decisions are going to be resting on next council's decisions to about what they want to implement in larger terms. So this is a stepping stone for us, and hopefully it will set up the next council to make decisions about after the pandemic has been resolved and the society has kind of seen where we're going to be landing, then they'll have some reinforcements to make their decisions about how they want to have the next term move forward and how that next administration should do something about it. So after hearing everything we had to say, I feel more comfortable moving forward on this. That's it.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I think most of the comments have been already said, but I just wanted to add mine only in the sense that I did have some reservations, but not because of the terms of reference and not because I don't think that we need to do something about this, but certainly the costs were a concern for me. But I'm also worried about the impact that this is going to have on our organization. As been identified, you know, this pandemic has turned everybody's lives upside down. Many of them being our staff. We've got people that have been redeployed. We've got casuals that have been laid off. And you add a stress, and I mentioned this when we first had the notice motion, when you add the stress to a employee, particularly of the unknown, it can be quite disconcerting. And I just want to make sure that that's recognized and that there is going to be some involvement in staff. I know that, you know, we haven't, I mean, the whole methodology will come back to the IASC. And by the way, while I'm talking about that, I trust the members of that committee entirely. And so I'm sure that we will identify a proper consultant and that the work will be done correctly. But I do worry about our internal stakeholders. And then I need to have something built in somewhere around the fact that we can get feedback from the public as well, either preferably at the beginning, but I realize the timelines won't allow us to do that. So certainly prior to implementation of full recommendations. Anyways, that's my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead to close.
You know what? Everything's been said, I believe, Madam Mayor.
Awesome. All right, call for the vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's unanimous. Okay. Next on the agenda was a couple of bylaws that were on consent. The first one was bylaw 22, 2020, which is the land use bylaw, which was just really some minor amendments to provide clarity, correct conflicting regulations, update terminology, etc. And we set a public hearing date of July 6th for that one. And the second bylaw was 26, 2020, which was the operating line of credit borrowing bylaw, which would increase our line of credit from $5 million to $20 million. And that one does not require a public hearing, so, but it does have public notification. And so potentially an August 31st, second and third reading. The next thing on our agenda would be civic and external agencies. And I just sent Councillor Jolly and Councillor Watkins a quick note that they didn't submit. So if they could just do a quick verbal one, then we can move on from that. Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
Yep. Yes, this is for the month of May, Madam Mayor, and the month of May 1st, the EMRB meeting on the Metropolitan Regional Servicing Plan. May 6th, the Youth Advisory Committee. May 14th, EMRB board meeting. May 14th, also EMRB Global Shareholders Meeting. May 20th, St. Albert Policing Committee. May 25th, Annexation Negotiation Committee. May 28th, 2020 Edmonton Global AGM. And May 28th, Seniors Advisory Committee.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jolly.
So kind of starting May, I had a virtual town hall with Ministers Madu and Fur and Dr. Hinshaw. So that was as deputy mayor. So that was interesting seeing how the province intends to support municipalities kind of through the pandemic response. The Emergency Management Advisory Committee continues to meet every week. So I think everyone's getting the updates on that. Homeland Housing met. So they're getting new directives to manage the types of homes that we operate. So our admin teams are really being kept busy keeping our residents and staff safe. The Environmental Advisory Committee had its last meeting, I think, until September. So we got a presentation on air quality monitoring, and kind of next big project is the environmental master plan feedback. Chamber of Commerce had a community leaders roundtable. So that was with MP Cooper, MLA Nally, and Mayor Herron was there. So that was certainly interesting. And that's, yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks you two. And thanks for everyone else for getting theirs in. They're part of the public record now. So moving on. Any information requests, notice of motions or announcements? Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, I just have that one notice of motion, just kind of the housekeeping about the active communities. I'll just find it. It's last week. Okay, here we go. ACA motions. Oh, sorry, I'm having a hard time finding this.
I can see if I can find it.
Yeah, it's not in my sent items. Sorry, guys.
Is it okay if I read it for you?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
That in light of the original funding not being carried forward to the 2020 budget, a maximum of $10,000 be allocated from the stabilization fund to execute the direction of Council Motion 18045. And that motion was that a memorandum of understanding be executed with active communities by a mutually agreed date with administration that will serve to support the concept of a sport and wellness campus. Further, that the MOU contain therein a statement that the City of St. Albert has interest in providing up to 20 million towards the project, conditional on 10 million in federal funding and 10 million in provincial government funding being secured for the project. And further, that the project is contingent on a value for money assessment by an outside consultant with a maximum of $10,000 from the stabilization fund, and that the facility is built on land within the City of St. Albert. Okay, and then of course, if this motion fails, do you want to rescind Council Motion 18045?
Well, yeah, housekeeping. Yeah.
So we have scheduled that within the 21 days. We did it for June 29th, so we'll have to also waive notice of motion. Okay, but we wanted Jackie to be there for it. Any other notices of motion that I don't know about? I think we're good. Okay. Moving to in camera. So we're going to talk about some transit planning, and then we have a dialogue with our city manager and inter-council dialogue. So can I have member council make a motion to go in camera? Councillor Mackay, thank you.
That council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administrative Officer pursuant to Section 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act.
Is that the right one to do the transit planning?
That's the one that I have on my sheet.
Yeah, but because the transit planning was emergent. Dave, Mr. LaFleur, is that the right one?
No, Cheryl, could you put the right one up, please? As previously discussed.
I'll still read it then,
I'm gonna
Madam.
send it to you.
Why don't we just, is it a different section number then?
Actually, it's that, I can read it. It's that council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with administration pursuant to Section 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information Act.
Similar to what I just read.
So
That's
moved.
right.
So moved. Sounds awful lot like what I just read.
Jared said city manager and it's administration.
That's correct.
Well, city manager will be there.
Yeah, but so will other people. Okay, all those in favor? All right. Small chance that we might have a public motion coming out of this. So why don't we keep Zoom open? And we'll go over to Teams. Okay. Just waiting for Ray, looks like. Oh, there he is. Ray, can you turn your video? There we go. And Wes can, we're all here. Okay, I need a motion to come out of in camera.
I move that we reconvene in public.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sheena? 6. All right, we're back in public. I always say we turn to Wes for all things transit, but I won't put you on the spot with this one. Does anyone want to make this motion? Oh, wait, sorry, I also need, you could do the confidentiality one, Councillor Broadhead, and then you can move into the main motion. You're muted.
Okay, where's the confidentiality one here? It's probably on this, right?
There we go. Tamara just put it in chat.
Okay. Okay, I move that the details of the in-camera discussion remain confidential pursuant to section 153A of the Municipal Government Act.
All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and now if you look right above, oh, Sheena's having a problem with her audio. Do you want to log in and out again? Or I will tell her that. I will chat that to her. I just sent her a message. Okay, can you hear us, Gina? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Gina? Check the chat. Because maybe what you just plugged in your headphones, Natalie, didn't you? And maybe she's still in Teams. Hold on.
I see Sheena. She just doesn't have, maybe she just needs her headset.
Trying to
Yeah,
send
I
her a
see her
message
too.
and I can't because it tells me she's not in the meeting. But of course she is. I'm gonna just make sure her team stuff is shut down. Can anyone see that? If she's
the only one.
she's still in Teams, that might be the problem. I'll text her.
She's out of Teams now.
Okay.
I can hear.
There we go. That was it.
Hey.
That's the Teams thing. Okay. Okay, so Sheena, we just had a motion that we would keep the conversation confidential, and I saw your hand go up, so I took you as a yes, but you were a yes, okay. I don't know if you were waving at me or not. Okay, so Councillor Broadhead, are you willing to make this motion?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
I recommend that council directs administration to enter into negotiations with the city of Edmonton to purchase surplus transit barriers for up to $400,000 from the stabilization reserve or the transit RMR reserve, and that administration will report back to council on installation options with source of funding being the St. Albert or transit RMR reserves.
I think that's for the installation. That's the funding for the installation.
Oh.
I didn't add that in, so. And do we need a date to have these options come back to us? Mr. LaFleur here.
I am. You don't need one. If you want to put one in, that's fine.
We'll just do it at agenda planning.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, accept that motion, Councillor Broadhead. Go ahead.
Can I ask questions first?
Questions, sorry, yes.
Yeah. So my first question is, what was the original installation cost from kind of the quote with the new material, just to have a ballpark?
Sorry, did you say installation cost or purchase price?
Yeah. Well, I think purchase price, this is a pretty good deal, but the installation cost, what was that on the original quote?
Installation was $212,500 US.
Okay, thank you. And so these are surplus from Edmonton. So would they come with kind of the manufacturer's warranty because they are brand new, or how would that work?
That is our anticipation. That the warranty center would carry over to us.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So Mr. Legg, just to be clear, there'll be multiple options for the installation, and one of them is that we might be able to do it in-house for no additional cost. Is that correct?
Sorry, I had to get rid of some ambient noise. One more time. Sorry about that.
It's all good. So for installation, is one of the options that we can do this in-house as well, potentially, and not have an additional cost?
That is correct. We can incrementally install with in-house labor.
Okay, so there is the potential that the final cost would just be the cost of supplies.
Correct. Final cost over, correct, because it would have been previously budgeted with our in-house staff.
Okay, but you'll be bringing forward that, I know, whenever you bring forward in a few weeks.
We
And the
will
other thing,
we will bring options forward.
that if we were to purchase these without buying Edmonton surplus, it would be a significantly higher cost for the same barriers. Is that right? I think it'd be like a third higher. Is that right?
At least a third higher. Yeah, correct.
So if we were just to buy these on our own, we're probably looking at $650,000 to $700,000, I'm guessing.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Mhm.
And delay in provision.
Right. Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Lake, what are the other options available to us?
For what particular outcome?
In relation to protecting our operators in relation to COVID?
COVID, okay.
From a COVID perspective, it is our anticipation that personal protective equipment will be utilized by drivers and passengers in the interim.
And that would be anything from face masks to shields, and potentially the encouragement of all riders to wear PPE. Is that correct?
That's correct. And indeed, through all of our communications to all of our regular users, we have probably provided about 8 or 10 messages so far relative to that requirement, that recommendation, I should say.
So, I mean, if you looked on a scale, I mean, obviously you've got complete shield, like what we're looking at, barriers at one end, and a continuum of just nothing but with just with drivers wearing anything from face shields to plexiglass dividers to face masks. Is that a good continuum? Is that what we're looking at here?
Well, I'm not quite sure I understand the.
So I apologize then. I'll be clear. So, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to say if the barriers are at one end of the continuum of protection for operators, the other end would be just less expensive, which could be anything range from like face masks, potentially shields, which come with their own maybe inherent hazards, and or either a homemade kind of a plexiglass or a kind of a plastic shield. Is that at the other end? Is that a good description of kind of the continuum?
Well, certainly if you were to include driver protection from things other than COVID, definitely that would, the barriers form the top end of that scale, so to speak. If it's just COVID specific, of course, then the masks for riders and passengers would be the low end, correct?
And the least expensive way.
Definitely the least expensive.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? I can't see Councillor Watkins. Is he still here? Oh, wait, there you are. Just making sure that we didn't lose you.
Drink water.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, Councillor Broadhead, I'll accept your motion. I'll let you start.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Mayor. What we have before us as council is an opportunity to purchase a piece of safety equipment for our buses to protect drivers at a substantially reduced cost. One-time offer. The shield is worth $12,500 US per unit, and it's being offered to us at $8,500 Canadian per unit. It is a piece of equipment that has been lobbied for by our operator union, not only locally, but nationally, as what would be a standard fit for transit buses, irrespective of the community in which they operate. Opportunities like this come knocking on your door once. And recognizing that it comes at a time when we're pressed as a community because of the costs associated with COVID-19. But here we have an opportunity to not only protect our drivers physically, but in a substantial way from COVID exposure at a substantially reduced cost. And it's my recommendation that St. Albert take advantage of it. Yeah, we could do something cheaper. We could avoid the barrier at all and do it substantially less money by doing PPE or masks. But in the end, then what you've done is you've missed an opportunity to provide a physical barrier at a cost where if you were to do it 6 months from now, you'd be looking at twice the cost just to obtain the unit itself. And that's to say, if you can get it. Not saying that you'll get it again for $12,500 US. You might get it for substantially more than that. Not to be a fearmonger, but that's the way things are. Things usually appreciate in cost, not diminish. But in any case, I put this before council. I think it's an opportunity that we should take advantage of, but I too am willing to abide by whatever vote council comes up with.
Anyone else have any debate comments? Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
I'm going to be supporting the motion, Councillor Broadhead. I think that it's a lot of money, but buses cost a lot of money. I mean, that's just, transit is an expensive service to run. And these barriers were being put into place in Edmonton even before COVID. Certainly they do address the concerns that drivers and passengers would have about possible transmission through COVID. So it does actually address two issues, which is that the recognition that, especially going into anywhere, actually, just there's always the drivers are vulnerable. And this addresses it and allows some level of protection. I know that drivers have been asking for it. I do believe they even came a few weeks ago and mentioned how they were hoping for better protection. So getting this at a 30% less is a significant cost decrease. And if there's a possibility, which Mr. Lake has indicated that there is, that we could actually install these in-house, then we are managing our costs the best that we can, recognizing the needs. And I really think that with the regionalization of transit, there will be an expectation that the buses are outfitted in a similar fashion. And this would be one of those basic standards for the drivers that would be expected across the board. So I would think that if we did not take advantage of this right now, I would not be surprised if in 12 to 18 months from now, we are told that to meet the standards of all the other major buses on regionalization of transit that we now have to pay for it, and we'll have it at an additional cost. So I think that this recognizes a lot of the needs that we have right now, and also recognizes the opportunity that we have to get it for a lesser cost. So while it is a lot of money, absolutely, we got buses, you gotta outfit them properly, and at least consistently with the rest of the region. That's it.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Watkins.
I agree. Do we have to put in the motion that they be self-installed now? Because that was kind of left unclear, or is that just assumed?
I think we were just gonna let Mr. Lake see what it would cost to get them done by a contractor, and then if we don't agree with that, then he will do it in-house. So that's part of the motion, that to bring us options.
Okay, I thought the motion was, he's going to bring us options. It's not, we're going to install them in-house.
Yeah,
So
and one of the options will be an in-house. I
There's
think.
still the option of installing them ourselves or not having them installed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's my question. Thanks.
Just so they can have a little bit of time to do that research, because Mr. Lake didn't know. All right. Anything further? Well, I don't know. Sheena, you said it really well, so I'm going to support this. Yeah. Anything to close, Councillor Broadhead? Call for the vote. All those in favor? Councillor Jolly, Councillor Broadhead, Councillor McCaw. It's unanimous. Okay. All right. I need a motion to go back in camera. And look at, Tamara's already got it there for us. I'm looking at Councillor Hughes.
Did we go back in camera for section 24, I'm guessing?
Yeah, dialogue with the
yeah.
officer. Yeah. And Mr. LaFleur, there will be nothing coming out of this in camera or the next that's public, so we can shut down the Zoom and say goodnight to the ledge staff.
Okay.
All right.
I heard that. Thank you.
Thank you.